evening, everyone. A very warm welcome back to Cherokee. We have a very special night for you tonight. It's the big one. It's the one we have been waiting for, because tonight we are going to hand out the big jackpot to the 8-ball team, and I've got a couple of legends of the game here just to kind of preview what we got coming up tonight. Johnny Dennis, thanks for joining me. It's a very big night in the history of Ultimate Pool USA, because tonight's the night that everything that's happened over the last year is going to come to an end, and some team of amateur pool players are about to win $100,000. That's pretty special.
Absolutely, it's incredible. You know, the first year to give out $100,000. Tonight's the big night. I think they're playing a singles match next. I mean, if you're not watching, you should be, because this is going to be amazing.
It really is, yeah. We've got two big finals. We've got the NSL finals, which are the National Singles Leaderboard, which is kind of playing singles events across the year to qualify for this event to get yourself in. So this is a national championship in its own right for the two guys out there, and then we'll have another one after for the higher speed players. But then we're going to get into the team matches as well. So quick touch on the matches we're about to see, Johnny. You know, you've obviously played many finals, but you know, these guys might be experiencing this sort of stage for a final for the first time. It's nervous times.
Sure, it's going to be a lot of nerves out there. Their first time coming out in front of this stage. A lot of people watching, a lot of people pulling for them, their cities and teams and everything, and then playing for that kind of money. Yeah. You know, it's going to be a lot of nerves out there, but I think it's very rewarding for whoever wins.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got two of those finals coming up. They're going to be back to back, and then we're going to have the 8-ball final straight afterwards. And before we get this final on, which is going to be starting very shortly, just the final word. You've both played for your country. You both know what it's like to play with the pressure of a nation on your shoulders, but pressure of your teammates is also a big one. And somebody's going to be out there tonight around 11 o'clock, 11:15, potentially with an 8-ball to win a team 100 grand. I mean, what's the pressure like when you're playing for your team?
It's unbelievable. It's overwhelming. I mean, you're at times in the Moscone Cup, my whole body was shaking, not just my arm. And especially for them, because they, you know, have probably never been in a situation like this before. Is there a shot clock also?
There's a shot clock, match clock.
So there's going to be a ton of pressure tonight. It's going to be fun. But I can't wait to see it. You know, I'm excited. Thank you.
Can you remember the moments of like having to kind of a big moment clearing up to win the Moscone for your country?
Sure. Very, like Dennis said, it's bone crushing inside. You know, it's really you can feel everything rattling together. Sometimes you get out there and you go blind. You feel like you go blind. You can't see the ball.
Can't feel your arm.
That's exactly right. But then you just try your best to get through that part of it, and then the rest just kind of comes naturally. And that's what my advice would be to everyone playing there.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out. Johnny Dennis, thank you very much. You're going to be with us all night long to analyse what is going on, as well as playing a little bit of pool yourself as well. Busy night for these two. Let's get our first NSL final on. We're going to send it down to the commentary box, get the first final on. Stay with us. A big night.
Thank you so much, Simon, and here we go. This is the beginning of the end for the UPL League Grand Finals. We've got multiple matches for you tonight, but we're going to start with this one right here. This is our National Singles Leaderboard, and this is our C and D bracket. You see there, Robert Conrad, 368 up score. His opponent, Dave Sherburne, 494 up score. That means that there will be a handicap involved in this match. My name is Stephen Wyatt, and with me tonight, the historical Mr. Tony Holgate.
Historical? I thought you were going to say hysterical.
Close. This is history, Tony. This is history. We are going to see a singles champion crowned right now. All right, and here we go. The lag has been made, and we do have our breaking order. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the format, I can give you the very quick rundown. As you see here, the Ultimate Pool League Springfield logo. And that's going to state there that we have a Springfield, Missouri player in the NSL Finals. But you know what's funnier, Tony? You know what's funnier? This gentleman here, not with the Springfield logo that we just saw, he's also in the 8-ball team finals where they'll be fighting it out for $100,000 in probably about an hour and 15 minutes. $100,000, Tony. You ever won $100,000?
Twice. No. I'll tell you what, I did win, a syndicate, £147,000. And that was in what's called the pools, which is like a lottery. In my bar, the syndicate of 12 people won that many years ago.
What's the feeling when you win that kind of life-changing money?
I don't know. I'd spent it at the bar within 20 minutes.
My goodness, Tony, you are no help to me right now.
No, obviously that was just a football pool thing. So I've never won that sort of money at playing pool, so I can only imagine.
Well, me too, and that's the issue here is I don't know the pressure that these guys are going to go through. It's immense. It's insane. It's probably gut-wrenching to think about for these teams that are about to do it.
Well, good thing for Robert Conrad is he can just sit there and just enjoy this final here and not have to think too much about the other one.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And if you look here, Robert Conrad at a 368 up score, he's going to be getting a nice big handicap because his opponent is starting at -3.
So the tactic here for Dave Sherburne is to get out there as quick as he can and start running some racks.
Yeah, Dave needs to get on the ball for sure. He needs to have an opportunity at the table, which he's not going to get right this second.
So tell me this then, right? Because I'm obviously very new to this. Let's say, for argument's sake, and it's not going to happen, that this was the only rack in 30 minutes. Let's say just ended up the most scrappiest rack of balls ever. So that score stayed at. Would we have a winner?
So yeah. That is.
So Robert Conrad would then just win at -3 or -3.
So that's why they call it the rundown system, right?
That's what I'm asking you genuinely, because and you're explaining to the viewers as well.
Of course. So that's why they call it the rundown system. It is the better player's job to run down the less experienced player. He, she, they need to know that they are under the gun because they're a little bit better of a player.
So Robert Conrad's tactic, let's say it gets later in the match and he's still holding on to the lead, is to slow the clock down, slow the match down, make it untidy maybe.
Yeah.
And sort of defend.
Absolutely. So
right.
I'll tell you this much, Tony. So just being in the local league scene, this is teaching players to play safe and learn how to navigate the strategy of winning a game of pool. We're taught, hey, go out there, make the ball, run out. That's not always the best format here. But
well, I'll tell you what now, and I've just noticed there with Robert Conrad, is he is very aware of the clock behind him, and he literally took all or most of his 30 seconds allowance on that first shot. So he's already started to defend.
And so, obviously, and this is not meant to sound rude or disrespectful, Dave Sherburne, according to the handicaps, is a more experienced, better player than Robert Conrad. So, it is his job to be the better player, to run out when he needs to. He has to get back even with Robert Conrad to force a game.
How long have these handicaps been sort of used? So how long has it took him to get to this stage with his handicap?
So we've been running for a full season, which is 3 sessions of 14 weeks.
Right, and that's all of that then.
Like we were talking about here, Tony, it's important for Dave Sherburne to really get out there and try and win this rack and then continue to win racks, because Robert Conrad's in full control, and that's the thing about these leagues, Tony. These leagues put the better player in a situation that they're uncomfortable with, in a situation where they're not in control and they don't have the advantage. You know, if me and you play,
so basically it's like putting somebody, let's just say, in a cross-country race on foot and starting somebody 4,000 yards in front, and this guy's got to catch him before he gets to the finish line.
Yeah, but you know, if you're a world-class runner versus somebody who looks like me is running,
well,
I need to have that little bit.
You'd have to start basically on the line and then just fall over it.
But you see here, you see the strategy. Dave Sherburne is very quickly trying to get even,
decrease the deficit.
Absolutely, and you know. It's as a better player. Oh no!
Wow!
Oh, it's a tough miss.
Yeah.
Tough miss.
That one could be costly.
As a better player, Tony, when you step up to the table against me, you are. Oh, and he just undercut it. But, you're a better player than I am. So when you step up to the table and you see me across the table, you're probably comfortable in your ability that you can beat me in a flat out race. But imagine if you walked up to the table against me and your scorecard said -4.
I'd still fancy beating you.
Well, we can try it out in a 30-minute match clock.
I'm all about the running.
I'm going to tell you, -4 is a big handicap to overcome. -3 is a big handicap.
Well, say that Robert there scratched and just handed this one to Dave Sherburne, and that is a gift.
But and Robert Conrad at a 368 up score, this is a player that's still learning the game. This is a player that's still learning tangent lines. They're still getting an understanding of how to maneuver on the table. While on the opposite side, Dave Sherburne is a little bit more experienced. He has more experience playing, running out, making balls. So the handicap is there to make it make sense, right?
Anyway, Robert Conrad gifts that opening rack. So it will be now -2.
-2 to 0.
Thank you. Back to extension call.
Yeah, you want to keep yourself at the table a bit there, the Conrad. So we'll let Dave Sherburne back to the table.
And just confirmation here, Dave Sherburne from San Antonio, Texas, playing in that league, and that's going to be
from your state.
It is from my state. It's not my league area though. His league operator is going to be Miss Carmel Luttrell, and Carmel does a fantastic job. I've spent a lot of time talking with her and figuring out different things about the league in the early stages of the league when we were first kind of starting out. So huge shout out to Carmel. I'm sure she's very excited that one of her players has made the finals of the NSL. And Dave here doing what he has to do when he's starting -2. Almost 8.5 minutes off the clock. sorry, 7.5 minutes off the clock. And when you take that much time off the clock for one game, it can be vital when it gets down to that, 5-6 minute mark.
Robert Conrad left himself a bit hampered there. Now look, a foul there. It's going to be ball in hand for Dave Sherburn. So very quickly he's trying to get around the table and get this next rack on the board.
That was a pretty good shot there. I mean, there's a little bit of space, a little bit of angle, and to control the cue ball well enough to keep it in the range of the 6 ball. Dave's actually playing really well. Decent shape here. Might have rolled a little far.
Nice shot on the 4. Good position now on the 8. This should bring Dave back to -1. Rack him up on the back of his shirt. And rack him up, referee.
Yeah, rack him up. The name of the team that he's playing on out here. I'm sure his teammates are behind him. Hey, here you go. They said, "Let's go, Dave." I heard San Antonio. I heard something I can't repeat, but yeah, this is exactly how this match should be played. This is the style that you're going to get in this situation. This is the style that the league is going to have, is this very strategic play. And I'll be honest, as a player who has played League for a lot of my adult life, as a higher skill level player, there's a point where I feel like I'm not really in trouble against a lower skill level player in some of the other leagues I've played in. However, I have played in this league before I was a league operator.
So your up score would be about 250.
Roughly, I think my up score is around 581.
Oh, here we go. Look, 581.
586 maybe.
Yeah.
But I've been in a situation where I had to give away a -4, and it's not comfortable. Like I have to play perfect for the first 4 games before I even get a chance to really get on the board, and it makes it very uncomfortable as a player to try and do that. And that's the thing, is that I've never felt uncomfortable playing in other leagues as far as the handicap or the spot that I have to give up. I've never looked at it and said, oh man, this is going to be tough. But my very first match in the Ultimate Pool League, I knew the player I was playing. Their handicap was correct. It's not like anything was out of line. And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking to myself, I don't know if I can win this. This is going to be tough. And here's the thing, Tony. I won 2-1. 2-1. I started -4, and I won 2-1. I barely scraped by. Barely. On a 30-minute match clock. And that's what can happen here. You can get into a situation where you're not comfortable, and your win is not going to be easy. You're going to have to fight for it. And that's what Dave Sherburn's doing right here. He's fighting for this win, and he's going to need to do it for at least 2 more racks to try and get ahead. Wow. Pretty good shot there.
Yeah, decent shot there from Dave.
Attention call.
Dave taking all of his time to figure out what he wants to do here.
It's Robert.
I'm sorry, Robert. Called his extension. And he's going to really think about the best way to go about this because currently he is still in the lead.
Nice shot on the 10. 3 stripes open around the 8 ball, but there is the problem with the 11 ball at the top. Nice position onto that. Tricky little shot into the side pocket now. Obviously be a few nerves out there because I'm not used to being on centre stage playing on the TV, and there's going to be a scratch there from Dave Sherburn.
Time.
Yeah, an elaborate shot there. I thought he might just try to play it into the side pocket, but he tried for the more complicated cut down into the bottom right. So Robert Conrad now, ball in hand. I'm just looking at the clock coming down. It's coming down underneath Dave Sherburn's name. The little red clock ticking away underneath Dave's name. It should be ticking away under Robert Conrad's. Shall we get that graphic changed? Probably after this shot. There we go. As if by magic. Robert there hanging a 2 ball, but not left anything easy. And if Robert Conrad could get this rack, then he puts Dave Sherburn in a bit of trouble.
Oh, that would be huge. That would be absolutely huge for Robert because it's a 2-game swing versus an even swing.
And a bit fortuitous there. It's Dave Sherburn. He's okay. Rubbed off the 7 ball. 7 ball made contact with the rail. How's your burger, Stephen? You enjoying that? Overcut there. What's he done with the 8? Well, I'll tell you what, you've got to play the 3 ball combo now up into that top right pocket. 4-7-2. Play it slowly. You could play another combo straight after it. Makes now. That's come out really nice as well.
It's a big shot right there from Robert.
The ball, Robert.
Interesting there, Tony, because it seems to work out for him. Why the other ball?
Yeah, well, the other ball, you just roll it in, you leave yourself very close, a lot closer to 7, and it's straight. Now he's playing this one. He's left the cue ball on the rail. And the 4 ball is obviously further away than he would have liked. Not only that, it's now trickier to get down the table. If you can't, you just have to try and knock this 4 ball in, and then the 8 from quite a fair distance away.
That's a fair assessment. This is big right here.
Made that one okay. Does want to be straight. This is fine. So, Robert Conrad, if he can knock in this 8 ball, he will put Dave Sherburne in a whole lot of trouble.
Taking his time, just trying to keep the line up correct. Shot clock comes in, and there it is. Used all of the pocket, but
nails it.
That's all that matters is the 8 ball fell. And Mr. Conrad here.
I'll tell you what's handy for Robert Conrad and his team, that he's going to have a nice warm up out here before he goes and plays in the big one later this evening.
You are 100% correct, and Robert Conrad doing the best thing he could do right there, because it doesn't just extend the game 1, it extends the game by 2. You know, a tie is not a win, and there is no set race. So it's just a matter of trying to stay ahead. Robert just surveying the field here, trying to figure out what his preference is. Very aware of the clock. And a stage this big, completely understood. Uh-oh, now you can't forget your cube over there. That shot clock can catch up to you.
Yeah, he called us an extension.
And just like that, we are down to the 10-minute mark of this match. Now you do the math. Mr. Conrad's got 30 seconds of time that is 100% his to use for any which way he pleases. So at 30 seconds a ball, and he's taking the solids, essentially you're going to burn another 2.5 minutes off the clock if you can run these. And when you can burn a quarter of the clock, that's huge, especially when your opponent needs 2 just to tie. Just to tie.
Robert Conrad doesn't have to make the running. I think he's looking in a good spot because no easy fix to this rack. I'll tell you what, he doesn't want that to go in, Dave Sherburn, and it has gone in, and now he's hooked himself behind the 8 ball. No stripes, there's 9 balls in a pretty bad spot. We'll try and come around and hit the 13 on the other rail. As another minute ticks by. All Dave Sherburn can do is sit there, be patient and hope to get another chance, an easy one.
Well, here's the important part now. Dave has 7 minutes and 15 seconds. He doesn't need to rush because rushing causes mistakes, but he needs to get 2 racks as quick as he feels comfortable doing. And he's already in a little bit of trouble here. This is going to be tough. Referee Daryl Hibbard on top of the action to make sure that everything is being done correctly.
It's okay putting this, but look at the other 3 stripes where he's trying to break him out. Robert Conrad subjecting Dave Sherburn to a very slow death as he uses the tactics of the clock. Rightly so, it's all he's got to keep doing. Makes the 1 ball. Robert Conrad using all the tactics. Well, the only plus side there is Sherburn has now got his stripes out into the open.
That's definitely a good point, Tony. The only bad part, or the really bad part, is that Robert Conrad has 3 balls that are fairly easy to make. It doesn't have to do too much movement with the cue ball. Shoot the 7, just make it. You'll have shape on the 4, just make it. You'll have a tough shot on the 2, but It's not beyond impossible.
Well, you've got to say that Robert Conrad looking like winning this. Robert Conrad playing the strategy here as he should. I know when the money's on the line, I would do the same exact thing. Oh no. And Dave Sherburne had an opportunity. He's really got to step up the gun. He's going to need to break and run in a matter of seconds. And I just don't know if it's possible, but he's got to get this run out here. Needs to make this ball. Needs to make the next. Make the 8 ball. Leave yourself a minute on the clock, and then you have a minute to get the most perfect break of your life. Nothing touching, everything open. And just don't miss. A minute 14 on the clock. You need every second, Dave. You need every second, Dave. 1-0 is the current score. Well, 1 minute and 1 second for Dave Sherburne to win this next rack. So we're up in the Chris Melling, Shane Van Boning category of finishing. I think Robert Conrad will be quietly confident that he's going to win this.
And just so everybody is aware, this is league rules. So this is Ultimate Pool League rules. There is no golden break and no golden duck. So the only opportunity here is a run out. You cannot win or lose on the break.
all on this break.
He's got an opportunity. A ball is down. Several balls are down.
That's a great break, I have to say.
Dave, you've got to make a good decision here, and you've got to do it quick. This game is still in line. He's taken a little bit of a flyer, and he's missed it.
That's that.
40 seconds on the clock. Robert Conrad can call his extension, and he can stand in this arena, look out at his teammates, and he can celebrate the win. He knows he's done it. And for Dave Sherburne, it's just unfortunate he didn't get the opportunity to really get in there. Dave, hats off to you, sir. And Robert Conrad, you, sir, are the first NSL C&D bracket champion. Congratulations. What a victory. What an accomplishment. Our very first UPL singles champion. And we will get a word from him in just a moment.
Our first final in the books this evening then, and before we crown our singles champion in the C&D class, let's hear it for your runner-up. He's Dave Sherburne, everybody. Coming up, Dave, for a couple of words. Congratulations on a fabulous tournament, and really well played in the final as well. You knew it was going to be difficult coming in. It was up against you. How do you reflect on the final?
I got a little nervous. A lot of people out here, never been in this spot. So overall, great experience. That's all I can ask for. You know.
We've loved having you, and experience means you'll be better next time. Best of luck, sir. Thank you very much. Dave Sherburne, everybody. As for your national singles C&D champion, let's hear it for Robert Conrad. Come on up, sir. Congratulations, Robert. How good does this feel right now?
Well, I never really expected anything like this to happen to me. I took up billiards at a very advanced age, and I'm just want to thank everyone here at Ultimate Pool and all of the players and everyone that I've been able to meet. It's made this the most wonderful experience of my life.
That's so wonderful to hear. What's this week been like for you? Because it's been a roller coaster, right? I know there's been so much going on for you with the team and with this as well. But here you are about to pick up a trophy. It must feel quite surreal.
It does. The thing that's very unusual for me is I normally take about 3 or 4 naps a day. So I've only had about 3 or 4 hours of sleep each night. So I'm looking forward to getting some rest.
Well, you have absolutely earned it, sir. Shake your hand. Enjoy this moment. We're going to get you a trophy here. Going to bring in the Ultimate Pool USA CEO, Scott Ryan, to make the presentations. Your national singles champion for the C&D division, Robert Conrad, everybody. And do stay with us. We've got another national singles final coming up for you in just a sec. And of course, we have got our big 8-ball 100 grand special coming up later on this evening. But you can see what this means to Robert Conrad. A really special moment, and he will remember this for a very, very long time. Back in a tick with another singles final.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
Well, welcome back to the studio. One of our finals is in the books. We've got another NSL final coming up for the higher speed players in a couple of minutes' time. But before we get that on, I thought I'd get the Ultimate Pool USA CEO Scott Ryan out for a few words. Scott, this feels already like this is a big night and a big moment in the company's kind of history.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people probably wouldn't realise that, you know, it's taken us 2 years to get here. We didn't have our first event until April of 2024, but there was a lot of preparation that went into the background to the road to this. And you know, listen, along the way we've had a lot of naysayers, a lot of people that, you know, is this legit? And hopefully you can see that, you know, it's very real. And you know, across the United States, you know, people are really embracing what we're doing. And you know what, I mean, I can't actually believe I'm saying this, but you know, it feels super cool to be signing. I've signed the check for 100,000 tonight, which is great, but we're not going to stop until you know, it's a million, and it'll keep going. The more we grow, you know, the more we'll put back into the league.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's an awful lot of money for year one, you know, and it's where it's going. But you know, just in terms of, and it's not just the 100,000. You know, the final is going to be 100,000 to the winners, 50,000 to the runner-ups. We're talking about $250,000 in total. You know, it's not a small amount of money that these guys have been playing for all day, all week. But and there's still a lot on the line.
Well, we're paying out actually 483,000
across the whole tournament,
the whole tournament, which is super impressive in itself, and for the various events that we've got on. But you know what? It's this is just the beginning, Simon. You know this. It's just the beginning, and you know, for me, if we can play a small part in giving back to the players, certainly from a financial perspective, from an experience perspective, it's just going to mean the world to us. You know, I'm going to even include this year. We've all played at some time or another. Well, but you know, it's incredible for us to deliver this as our first one, 483k across the event. You know, we're not going to stop. The whole team's not going to stop till till we give out the biggest prize pool in the history of pool, and we want to give it to amateur players.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Scott. I know we'll have plenty more from you over the course of the next few hours and into tomorrow, but obviously enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you, buddy.
Big night coming up. You can see the players already right behind me, ready to go in the next NSL final. The final match before we get the biggest match in the history of Ultimate Pool USA underway.
All right, thank you, Simon and Scott. And here we go. Got the semi-pro AB finals right here. So Justin Richard and David Westfall. Again, they're here at the grand finals at Harrah's in Cherokee, North Carolina. And I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. I'm joined by my colleague Stephen Wyatt. Stephen, what's going on, brother?
No, not a lot. I'm looking here, and I'm just excited for this NSL final. I'm looking at the up scores that we see on screen, and I know for a fact that you had players like a Chase Stumful, who's a 712. You had players like Rick Stanley, who was a 740. You have players like Jesus Sorto, who was a 625. They were all in this bracket, all involved in this. Ashley Benoit, Kevin Guimond. They were all in this bracket. And right now, we're down to two, a 532 and a 541. So there is no handicap given. This is a straight dog fight to see who wins the title of AB NSL champion.
So, you know, you mentioned a lot of those higher rated players, and, you know, as they went through the bracket, I can't help but say that these guys are kind of in the sweet spot. You know, like, you can't expect too much, but you can't be surprised if they just play great. You know, this is kind of the medium zone, if you will. You know, this is very talented players, and they could be on their way up the ladder. You know, a lot of players, they start off lower and, you know, they put in some work and they'll be climbing the ladder. So we might be looking at two up-and-comers right here.
Yeah, you're 100% right. These are the guys that could miss a tough shot with ball in hand or could make the most insane run out you've ever seen. I mean, it really is a sweet spot.
And you see that lovely insignia Ultimate Pool League Grand Finals. And what a grand finals it's been so far. 100 tables here at Harrah's, and well over 1,000 players in the room. Spectators, fans, family, you name it. They've all come out in droves. to experience what Ultimate Pool USA has delivered for this lovely Grand Finals. A plethora of wonderful events to take part in, or even just as a spectator. There's a lot of action to watch. Everyone from beginner players all the way to the world's best. And looks like this gentleman has found some comfort in this opening rack. Justin Richard on the 8-ball to take rack 1.
Yeah, Justin Richard here, wearing that beautiful Grand Finals jersey. I have a feeling that if he ends up snapping this thing off, that jersey might end up framed somewhere. I mean, this is a big moment. These guys have a chance to gain a national title. And he's one rack to the better against his opponent here. And I just got to say, you know, these guys for being out there, neither one of these guys have been in this arena. Neither one of them have shot on this table. And from what I've just seen right there, he looked comfortable. He looked like he is prepared. And he looks like he's ready to try and earn this national title.
Yeah, I think, you know, just judging by where they're situated in this event, in the final, they had to have been ready, and they've had to have gone through that tough road and just kind of persevered in all of those tough situations. But again, 1-0, just under 3 minutes have transpired. So it's this gentleman coming to the table.
You know, I like that behind Justin there was a hat with the Ultimate Pool League SWLA, that's Southwest Louisiana. So he is repping what I believe is going to be Baton Rouge area. And now we see David Westfall. I'll tell you this much, I do know this gentleman, and I only know him for one reason. I was running the mini tournaments yesterday, and Mr. Westfall was active in all of the mini tournaments. He was playing, getting warmed up, practicing, getting as much pool as he could.
And did he win? Did he win some of those minis?
I believe I believe I did run one that he won.
I would hope so. Sitting in the finals of this semi-pro AB event. And tell you what, Staples got a couple of tricky things to navigate. Mainly that 15-4. And he's going to elect to play this 3-ball. Looks like he's playing some inside spin, wants to get above this. All right, he chooses to stay on this 2, keep it simple. He's got to be mindful of his, road to that 4-ball. Anytime you're playing these 8-ball runouts, you really have to try to get rid of those issues as soon as possible. Can't really leave it for the latter parts of the rack. It's kind of the telltale story of 8-ball, age-old story, where you leave your problem for the end, can't really figure it out, and your opponent has a massive advantage with multiple options to either play safe or just to run the balls out. And he's going for it here. And he's done pretty well there, Steven. That was a nice shot, nice breakout.
That was a really good shot. You could tell that he planned it out, and he was trying to get that reaction. Could have come out a little bit better, but it definitely could have been worse as well. So he's gonna be okay here.
Another tricky shot. And he didn't really get where he wanted to. 1-ball passes the 8.
Yeah, this is going to be the tough part. So you're saying the 1-ball passes the 8 to the side pocket?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to cut it in. And if he can stall on the 10-11, it'd be okay, but doesn't hold on to the cue ball. Tough break there.
Well, okay, so the one good thing about this, if it's tied up to the 10, he can kick. And as long as he hits the 8-ball square, it should go in the side pocket. Even if he hits it a little bit on the left side, it should go.
Yeah, here's the problem. He's got to go 2 rails into it.
That's what I like.
And unfortunately, I don't know if you can play that naturally. I think you'd actually have to bend it and reverse it just a bit. So it looks like he's just going to go with a 1-railer. I mean, that's a natural shot, but if he hits it fat, he could scratch. And he does make contact.
Oh, wow. Did you see that ball wiggle?
He kind of feathered it. Wow.
Yeah, at best, I'm going to call that a wiggle. Look at this.
Very, very thin hit on the 8, but definitely legal contact.
100%.
So David Westfall does leave Justin Richard a shot, but he's really not happy with this. I mean, you got to play a defensive shot here. Got to play defense. I mean, the way you play this is you really hit the right side of that orange stripe, the 13 ball. And you want to go 2 rails underneath, trying to land actually under that green stripe, the 14. That would be the ideal shot. And it looks like he's going to play left spin on this. He wants to just stall it, but under the 14 is where he's headed. And great execution. That was the perfect shot to play right there. Justin Richard, super strong. Unbelievable execution there. I mean, you really had only about a half inch to make it any better to freeze it on the ball. A really, really nice shot there from Justin Richard. And I'll be honest with you, to execute a shot like that in an up score of 532, this guy's on his way up.
Yeah, absolutely. And he touches it again.
Well, I'll be honest. That's telling you that he's very consistent with his kicks, but he's just misjudging the slide of that new cloth, and it's opening up just a hair later than his aim would try to get to. But again, Justin Richard, I mean, just based on that safety shot alone, I can tell he's a very good player, very intelligent. You know, your pool knowledge and pool intelligence is really a key in the game. You know, the execution, that's something that everyone can work on, but really just recognizing the shots to play, that's the number one thing. A lot of players have talent and, you know, even ability to move the ball around, but they might make some poor decisions that leads to their, you know, their losses and whatnot. But, you know, just recognizing a shot like that, you can tell he's a very strong player, Justin Richard.
I'm just wondering now for Justin, the 8-ball's been moved twice. I don't think the 10 goes in that left side pocket. It's going to have to go to the right now, which means he really needs to hold that 15 to last.
Yeah, he could play it that way. Honestly, I don't mind him playing the 9 right now and just bump into the 10 soft. All of his problems are solved right now if he plays that.
See, and I'm looking at it as playing the 9 soft, playing the 14, and then use the 15 to get on the 10. There's several ways you can do it.
Yeah, you can do it a bunch of ways, but, you know, trying to eliminate that issue immediately is a good idea. And honestly, that shot, that offered position on all of the stripes. And again, you know, player preference definitely comes into play, but you also have to balance that with the higher percentage routes to get out. Got to try to hit the 10 here.
Yeah, he's just going to try and run into the 10, and he does.
I mean, he's okay here, but I feel like he had a better opportunity playing that shot a bit earlier. You know, this isn't a natural, you know, looking shot. He's back cutting this. Cue ball's going to follow over to the right side of the table, coming off this 15 thin. If he hits it just a little off, he could scratch. And he's going to miss the ball completely. So David Westfall going to come to the table now
with an opportunity to tie it up. We're almost a third of the way through this match. This is a big swing point right here for David.
Let's see if he can get it done.
Oh, he just comes up. He overcut it just a little, and he's left the 15 to the side with a pretty natural angle to just roll forward. This is really in Justin Richard's wheelhouse. We've seen him make good shots. This should be pretty simple for him. As long as the pressure of playing in the arena with this much money on the line doesn't get to him.
Yeah, I'll tell you, just based on that last shot, David Westfall, feel like he had a little bit of that, you know, that nervy jitter to his get down and his execution of the shot. And based on that, and seeing how calm Justin Richard is, despite his previous miss, I'm liking Justin Richard here so far.
Yeah, and remember that, you know, there's no handicap involved because their up scores are very close. But according to this, David Westfall in league play is a slightly better player than Justin Richard, just based on the handicaps. So I'm just wondering, I've never played for a national title, so I can't tell you what it feels like, but it's got to be absolutely gut-wrenching out there.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the scores and their ratings that they've earned through the league play and even earlier matches today, nothing compares to the the elements that are out there in this arena. The fans out there, the broadcast, pushing it out to the world. These conditions are very different from the normal league play. So, you can get a player that's rated a 550 up score, and they might perform like a 650 in the arena, rising to the occasion. Or sometimes they'll stumble and say, I can't handle the pressure, and they look more like a 450.
Yeah, no, you're 100%. And, let's be honest, Mike, there's a bunch of tournaments out there, and there's a bunch of tournaments that offer an arena table or a TV table. None of them are up to the standard of this one. This is a massive arena with multiple cameramen, multiple referees, a huge crowd. There's 7 lights above that table. There is a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, the setup is obviously top quality and top tier for Ultimate Pool USA, and that's kind of been the case, from the initial landing of this beast of a pool entity. And I'll be honest with you, I've been around a lot of different setups and the crews and whatever, and this is definitely the most unique and professional I've seen. So, really glad to be a part of it, and I'm sure the players really, appreciate this type of stage to perform on. And you see, kind of taking a quick lay of the land. Justin Richard really needs to just kind of take in what's available. It's really a good idea, Stephen. You know how 8-ball is played. You break off, take a look of what's available on the table, choose your suit, and then you get down to business. The most time should be taken in the initial lay of the land and planning that route. It looks like Justin Richard's going to go with this 12-ball here as his opening shot. And he based that really on that 4-ball. You can't play solids just because that 4-ball against the rail, all of the natural pockets are blocked. And granted, you could try to break it out, but, the stripes all have a pocket right now. So, very good decision there. Again, Justin Richard recognizing a higher percentage way to get out of this table. 18 minutes left on this match clock, and he's still up 2-0. I mean, he's been really steady, very solid play. Doesn't look like he's really nervous. He's definitely rising to the occasion, in my opinion. Takes another look at the line for this 15. Just going to slide this one over, get underneath the 11.
I got to say, Mike, I think you've hit the nail on the head with this one. Justin Richard in firm control of this match currently, and he's playing it the correct way. He is slowly navigating through this rack. No rush.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like, he's definitely a tournament player. He's not just a league player. He's going to be playing in a lot of tournaments, and, he knows how to compete. You can tell just the way that he walks the table, his table mannerisms. Stephen, I don't know if you've ever heard this analogy, but the way that proper pool is played, it's actually just like a choreographed dance. They have certain steps that you take, and, you watch the top players. They're all going to do the steps. They might have their own little swag to it and, their own little, personalities to it. But essentially, the steps of the game to play it at the highest level, it's the same thing. It's got to look that way. And it looks like Justin Richard knows those steps.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. And the thing about it is, Mike, is when you play your best pool, oftentimes you have a very specific routine that you do on every shot. I know when I'm playing absolutely as good as I can, I always hit my steps, right? I always hit my steps. And that's what you're seeing here. Justin he's looking at things. He's taking his time. He's moving to the shot. He's setting right there. There's the set. He goes down. Whatever his whatever his pre-stroke routine is, he's doing it now, and he's executing it. Now that shot didn't execute as well, but the fact that he has a routine shows me that you're right. He is a good player, and he's going to do everything he can to continue this lead.
Yeah, there's definitely particular steps, and they're kind of written. It's basically just getting your references. Just getting your brain to kind of take in all of those lines and the references for the shot, and properly aligning yourself onto the shot. And again, you can tell when a player knows those steps and they know what to look at, where to stand, how to make those those references come into the light to make them execute the shots. And it looks like David Westphal loses the cue ball a little close to that corner pocket, so cueing's a little uncomfortable.
Oh.
He's not really holding on to the cue ball well here. Just barely avoiding the corner hook. He's got everything out right now.
And if you're unfamiliar with the format, there was no handicap in this, but for those of you that might be wondering, the handicap is going to be every 40 points up to 120. Now, for both of these guys, the maximum handicap that they would have to give up is a -3. Any player whose up score is 561 or over, there's an additional handicap that they can give, but there has to be a 180-point difference between the two players to give up that -4. -4 is a tough one to overcome. But as I said, these guys both started off even, and David Westphal is now one more away from tying the ballgame up. Just as always, if this match ends in a tie, as soon as the clock hits 0, we will determine the winner with a 6-ball shootout. I know you've heard it. If you're here in the at Caesars at Harrah's in Cherokee, you have heard it over the intercom. They've called it over a bunch of times. We need a 6-ball shootout referee to table 23. And what they do is they send the ref over there and they do these shootouts. And this is how players have advanced. We don't know exactly how many these guys have done or if they've ever done one at all. But that is a possibility, especially with the race so close. And Justin Richard, you see him there. Nice big deep breath. Probably trying to take in just the immense amount of pressure that he's dealing with right now, because he felt comfortable before that rack. And now at the beginning of this rack, I'm not sure he does. Now, just to let you guys know, this is Ultimate Pool League format. It's not shootout rules, okay? So our format, the 8-ball does not count on the break. That is only a shootout rule. In fact, tomorrow when we get to the Open and the juniors and the women's, it will not count there either.
So, Stephen, just for the folks that don't know exactly how it works, so there are some unique things about the Ultimate Pool League format, and I'd love it if you could help explain that, just to get me up to speed also. So if you make a ball in the break, it's open table. If you don't make a ball, but you do make just the 8-ball, that's a unique situation, am I correct?
Well, it used to be. It used to be. So, and that's a good point you bring up, Mike. In the first, I think it was the first 2 sessions that we played, the ruling was if you made just the 8-ball and nothing else, meaning that when you spot up the 8, there's 15 balls on the table, then it would be the other player's turn. That is how it's written in international 8-ball rules, which is our rule set. However, there was feedback. Players gave us their thoughts. They told us how they felt about that rule. And because we are for the players, we take that feedback. And when we determine that something is not necessary, we will change it. So, as you said, you're right. It's a unique situation. So what we've done is we've tweaked that. If you make the 8 ball on the break, it spots up and it is still your shot.
So any ball pocketed on the break, barring a scratch or a non-compliant break, that is still going to be the same shooter's turn. And is the 3-point rule also still in effect for the break?
Absolutely. In fact, Mike, the only rule that I can think of that has been adjusted, changed, or otherwise different than international 8-ball rules is the 8 on the snap rule.
Okay. So 3-point rule, meaning you get 1 point for every ball that's pocketed and also a point that passes the side pocket, a ball that passes the side pocket. So you need 3 of them to be a compliant and legal break. And now explain this to us. So if it is a non-compliant break, it's an illegal break, what is the situation? Is that just, cue ball in the kitchen, or is it a re-rack? How does that play out?
So there's no option. It is an automatic re-rack, and the person who broke is going to take their seat and give up their break. And it's going to continue.
Immediately goes to the opponent's break.
Absolutely.
Okay, so any illegal break goes to the opponent.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that rule. That's the way it should be.
Agreed. And and that's a devastating rule, because if a player wins a rack and now it's the other person's break and they have a non-compliant rack, player A is now back to the table on a break on a rack that they just broke before, and they get the break after. So they get essentially 3 breaks in a row in what should be an alternating break format. So that's why the illegal break is such an important rule. It's huge in terms of advantage.
Looks like Justin Richard trying to pocket this 3 ball up the rail. Tough shot. And he doesn't get there. And we just heard that chime for our final 10 minutes. And normally in the shootout, that would be reducing the shot clock to 15 seconds. Now, does that come into play here, Stephen?
So, no. And the reason it doesn't is because, again, we are amateurs. This is an amateur league. We just saw in the rack before, we have players that are in the 300 range. I can't function on a 15-second shot clock, and while it would be fun, I'm sure that it would be absolutely nerve-wracking for you as well. So we looked
Actually, I would love that.
We looked at it. It's fun. It is fun.
Oh,
but
yeah.
In a situation where you're playing for $100,000, do you really need that extra pressure as a beginner player?
Well, it would make things interesting, that's for sure. But I know I get your point there, and it does make sense to just keep it at that. Keep it at the 30 seconds. That's reasonable for amateur players.
Absolutely.
That's a reasonable amount of time. And you don't have to listen to me. I'm a lunatic about pool. I just want to get down there and fire away. It's too much fun. I can't help it.
That's the thing. Honestly, for a player like me and you, we're going to be above the average level. I think it's fun. However, again, not everybody shoots at our speed, and there are players who are just beginning pool. Now, if I joined a league and I'd never played pool before, and they said, all right, you're going to play just like this, and your shot clock is 30 seconds, but when you get to the last 10, all the pressure's on because now you have 15 seconds to shoot. If I'm still learning pool, I'd be a little put off from that. But 30 seconds is very manageable.
Yeah, because it's really about, because you have the wide range of skill sets, you have to kind of keep it in a comfortable zone for all players. So
absolutely.
And honestly, that's the right decision.
Yeah.
You can't scare people away with a new format, new rules, and then make them uncomfortable at that also. Although some of the higher rated players or higher skilled players might be comfortable in that zone, you can't really push that on some of those lower skilled players. Not fair and probably very uncomfortable. So
yeah,
good decision there. 8 minutes, 26 seconds remaining out of our 30-minute match, and we're tied up at 2 games apiece. I think this is going to end up right around 4-3, maybe. If they can trade racks, something in that range. I feel like they're going to kind of get down to business. I think these racks are going to open up a little bit more.
4 racks in 22 minutes. I'm bad at math. We're looking at roughly 6.5 minutes a rack.
Yeah, I think they're going to play like 2 to 3 more games here. Nice break there.
With a layout like that, I can definitely see that your prediction would be close.
Yeah, I think it's really about just gaining comfort on the table. And, as they began the match, a couple of weird shots, and that's not what I was thinking for the reaction. But as they're getting into stroke and getting more familiar with the equipment, I think they're going to perform better. So I think that the racks are going to move along a bit faster as well.
And that's the other big thing is, these guys have played exactly 4 racks on this table. I know for me, I really need about 10 racks before I'm really warmed up. And that's just the beginning, right? So, and it's a tougher environment than out on the outside tables. There's a lot of lights, there's a lot of people, there's a lot going on around you.
And I will tell you, Stephen, my favorite part of the Ultimate Pool League formats is that it forces the players to be engaged in the game. There's no really lax approach to the table. There's no, I'll just chill and walk around the table for 5 minutes and figure it out. You have to get down there and compete right now. You can't really, take your sweet time and, not make any player feel uncomfortable with the waiting time between shots. It really just makes it feel like a real competition.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
That's my favorite part. It really is. Just let's play pool right now.
Yep. That's why it makes sense for the league. The thing that I didn't like about league is, I feel, for me, I'm a pool player. I want to go to league. I want to pull my sticks out and I want to play pool. Not everybody's like that, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when I'm ready to play pool and I'm ready to play league, I don't want the guy to want to go take a bathroom break and stop at the bar and then talk to the girl at the bar and then
or say, "You go ahead and shoot. I'll be right back."
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that. I want to play pool. So with this, you're 100% right. The players have to be engaged. They have to be paying attention. The thing I hate the most is when I'm shooting and let's say I commit a foul, all ball fouls. My pinky touches the ball. And I look up and I'm ready to give my opponent ball in hand and they're over there, talking to the waitress or something. Talking to their buddies. They haven't looked at the table in 3 or 4 minutes. Obviously, I'm an honest person. I'm going to walk over and hand them the ball, but I'd much rather them say, oh, is that a foul? Because then I know they're watching, they're paying attention, they're engaged in the game that we're playing.
That's what I'm saying. The key word here is engage. And, the player that is not shooting, you can tell they've always got their cue handy. As soon as their opponent stops shooting and it's their turn, they immediately get out of their chair and get to business. That's the key. And also with the, the timing of the matches really helps out with the venues because they know how long league night is going to take. Barring a couple of few minutes, between choosing players and selecting who the next matchup is. How long the matches are going to take.
Yeah, well, and that's a great point there because when I go into a venue, I say, hey, do you guys want to run league out of here? They say, oh, we already run league on this night, and it keeps our staff here late, and we can't sell after this.
Not
time.
anymore.
Yeah, we can't sell alcohol after this time, so it makes it tough on us. I said, what if league only took between 3 and 3.5 hours? Because the only time that clock stops is when there isn't an active match. Which, by the way, there are rules. You got 2 minutes to put up a player.
Yeah,
it's pretty easy. And then the clock stops when you're racking the balls.
Yeah,
there's also a rule that says if you can't rack the balls within a minute, you should probably get somebody else to do it who can. So there's things in there to make sure that the format continues moving.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a no-nonsense type of format to me, Stephen. You know what I mean? And I'm part of the team here, but at heart, I'm a pool player. I know what it's like to want to go to a pool room and experience, a good time playing the game I like to play. And, a lot of times you kind of just have to put up with that, that other stuff that you just, it kind of turns you off from it. It's like, well, I don't have another option, so I'll have to deal with this. Now you don't have to deal with that. This is such a true players format.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And let's talk about what we're seeing here because we're starting to get to the point where things are going to happen.
Yeah, and they did burn a lot of that match clock, so I'm going to take back my previous, prediction And we may see 6 games total, maybe. But if this rack doesn't end soon, it might just be 3-2. It might just be a 3-2. These racks are taking a little bit longer than I expected, specifically this one here. And the rack was wide open right off the bat. I was surprised that, I'm surprised he didn't run out right off the rip. I mean, everything had a home. He had an open table.
I tell you that time is starting to run, and this is going to get very interesting. But, if you're out there and you see this format and you think it would be fun to get involved in, you don't already have a league operator in your area, I'm going to give you some good information here. Go to ultimatepoolusa.com and click leagues up in the top left-hand corner. And when you do that, there's a button that says Become a League Operator. Let me tell you, from somebody who is a league operator, it's one of the best decisions I ever made. I get to do what I absolutely love, and I get to have fun. I get to come out to nationals. I get to watch my players compete. My team played for $10,000 last night in the UPL final. They came up a little short. Shout out to Carolina or Bust and the champions Chase's Baggage.
And the Lady Tiger.
Yeah, and the Lady Tiger, Rochelle Ditko.
We all liked her. She played great.
Rochelle's phenomenal. And Kylie Hicks, who opened up the match, she played incredible. Everybody who played last night was phenomenal. I can't say enough good things about both of those teams, and I'm super proud to have been involved by a small part with those teams. But we have more teams. We have this singles match going on right now. We have more teams here in just a little while. So once again, if you're interested in becoming a league operator, go to the website, hit that Become a League Operator button, and I'll see you in the near future, because I promise you, you're going to enjoy it.
And it looks like, as we're discussing that, Justin Richard on the 8-ball, burning the clock so he can fire this 8-ball in and be up 3-2 with just about 1 minute remaining, and kind of cutting off the lifeline to his opponent. He's bearing down, pockets the 8-ball. 3-2 now with 57 seconds remaining. Justin Richard might just be our champion. Takes a nice deep breath there. A sip from the water bottle. I think he can taste it right now.
Well, he should definitely like his chances, because 57 seconds. We saw it in the last one. It came down to the break in the rack. He had a chance to take the win, and he just didn't have great opportunities. So for David Westfall here, he just needs an opportunity. And that's what we're going to see if he can manage right now.
I'll tell you what, it's a very tall order. All of these racks have taken multiple minutes, and there's less than 1 remaining on the clock. So he needs to channel Chris Melling to get out of this one.
I'm going to tell you a little story about a league operator named Corey Shimtov and Pat Dixon. You know Pat.
Yeah, Charlotte metro area.
Yeah. I saw Pat on a video that he had posted. He had 48 seconds to get the win for his team, and in 48 seconds he was able to break and run. Okay. Oh, no. Don't fall. Oh, my goodness.
That might have just been the proverbial nail in the coffin. Justin Richard looks like he will be our champion. What a match this has been, though. Really a dogfight. And David Westfall did claw back into it from down 2-0, now tied up 2. And Justin Richard gets the lead to go 3-2. And he's just going to burn the clock.
Yeah, he called his extension. He knows the match is over. Everything went his way there at the end. And Justin Richard is going to be your NSL Semi-Pro AB Division Champion. Congratulations to Justin. And here it is, the handshake. The guys are going to shake it out. What a match. He's so excited. Oh, yeah, there's the reaction we needed. There is the reaction. That was incredible. Oh, and a nice congratulatory kiss from his significant other. And what a really incredible match that was. I can't say enough about how excited I am for Justin. And we will get a word in the studio momentarily.
Welcome back, everybody, into the arena. It's presentation time in the national singles A and B divisions. First, let's hear from our runner-up in that one. He's David Westphal. Congratulations on the run, David. Obviously, I know you'll be really frustrated to not get over the line in the end, but how do you reflect not just on the match, but on the week as a whole?
The week's been great. I'm actually the most disappointed that I didn't get a chance to try to run that wreck in 57 seconds with the stretch, but he played great. He came out with a break and run, and I thought I'd try to match him, and it wasn't a table for it, and I had to play duck and cover with a breakout, and then I was just kicking at the 8-ball for a while, and I was catching up from there. So it's been a great week. The whole thing's been great, so I've had a lot of fun.
Yeah, and this format is very, very unique. It's something we've not really seen before. As a player who plays it, how do you like it? Because sometimes it's annoying when the other player's running out the clock, but sometimes it's useful for you as well.
It might be annoying, but it makes so much sense when it comes to the strategy. You know, you don't like it when it's happening to you, but you understand what he's doing that he or she needs to do to win, and it's a great strategy. It's frustrating to witness, but you can't blame him for doing it.
Absolutely. Best of luck next year. We'll see you soon. Well played. David Westphal, everybody. Congratulations on a brilliant run. And as for your national singles champion, let's make some noise for Justin Richard, everybody. Well played, sir. That was the longest sort of run-up to a big fist pump celebration I've seen in a very, very long time. But how sweet does that feel?
Oh, it's amazing. I've been practicing for this league for a while, and I love the league. I mean, great league, great rules, format, everything. I mean, here's been awesome. You get 5 feet, 10 people in the pros, and they shake your hand, take a picture with you. It's amazing.
How much have you enjoyed playing in this arena? Because I imagine this might be a first time for you in this sort of stage.
I loved it. I have a bunch of people back home rooting me on and told me to play a table and don't look at the other guy, and so I like it.
And you're a player, you've played the format, it's worked out for you beautifully, but you're right in that sweet spot of up score where you probably use it for and against you. What do you make of this format? It's something really different, but it looks like you've had a lot of fun playing it.
Oh yeah, I love it. I mean, it gives your lower players a chance with the handicap, and your higher players, they shoot good. I mean, this works out for them too.
And what does this mean to you? You're about to claim a very, very nice looking trophy. What does that mean to you, mate?
This is huge for me, especially my brother passed away last year, and I've devoted myself and time to him and in his memory. And we talked about this up until when it happened, so I love it.
Some beautiful words. Enjoy this moment. Really, really happy for you. Going to bring in our Ultimate Pool League Operator Manager, Jamie Clark, to make the presentations for your Ultimate Pool National Singles League Champion, Justin Richards.
So that's 2 trophies down and a big one still to come tonight. We are very much on the verge of the biggest match of the whole week here in Cherokee, and a $100,000 payout to the winning team of our next match. Congratulations to our 2 NSL champions. Let's preview, Dennis, what's about to happen. We've got the big 8-ball team final. It's going to last for about 3.5 hours or so. 5 individual matches of 30 minutes. The players, what will they be going through right now before what will be their biggest match of their lives, you have to feel?
You know, I don't even think that I've ever played for 100,000, so I can only imagine what they're going through.
Yeah.
It's going to be pure emotion, adrenaline, right? And sometimes it's better when you miss a ball.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a relief that you got it over with, and then you can kind of settle in and get comfortable. But I do expect to see some fireworks and some, letdowns, but they just need to hold their composure. To breathe a little bit and enjoy the moment.
Of course, it's sometimes hard to enjoy the moment in that sort of environment, but I guess the advice you're giving is, they're going to be nervous when they get out there, but just, get out there and try and remind yourself you're just playing pool.
Yep.
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah,
It's going to be a huge challenge, and they probably need to not think about the money.
Yeah, that
they've got to not, think about what the prize is on the end of it. It's also, for me, it's not just the money. The money's obviously going to be the big ticket item, but there's only ever, obviously, Ultimate Pool USA are on the up and up. There's only ever going to be one first ever winner, and that's really special as well.
It is, and just to be part of it as a team, and me, I love it. I love the environment, love the atmosphere, but to play for $100,000 is amazing. I mean, these guys are truly going to be, really stressed out, really having fun too at some point. I think at the beginning they'll be a little nervous, a little stressed, but as they settle in, it's going to be a great show.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the format, the structure, the strategy, because there is tons of it. It's really enthralling when you actually get deep into the nitty-gritty of what's actually happening out there, why you select certain players, and why you're going to shape the squad up the way you want to set them up. But just in terms of what the league is doing right now, this payout is based on the number of people playing in the league. And as the number of people playing in the league grows, that payout will grow.
Yeah.
And, Ultimate Pool CEO Scott Ryan has talked plenty of times about the fact that the $1 million payout is very much in the, that is what we're striving for, and that could be as close as 3, 4, 5 years away. That is very real. And I mean, it's nervous playing for 100,000. What about $1 million?
Yeah, that's incredible. And again, it's year one, right?
Yeah.
And there's thousands of people here. $100,000, $250,000 prize money tonight.
$250,000,
Yeah.
484 across the whole tournament, $250,000 in this event alone.
Yeah, it's year one. If you're playing for $1 million, it's going to be the biggest ever. So I can't wait to see it. I hope I'm a part of it.
Yeah, of course, and it's going to be exciting. I think everybody in the building right now, not even us, people playing, myself, yourself, everybody I talk to is just really excited to see what's going to happen. I thought last night in the Temple was just brilliant drama throughout. Tonight's going to be even better. I'm really excited.
It is. Me too. I'm excited. I can't wait to see when they walk into play, the tension on their faces, whether they're smiling or grimacing. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And who you hold back to the final match, who can handle the pressure of the real back end is going to be interesting as well. We're going to dive into it all as we go through this night. I can see behind me that we've got teams getting out there. They're getting their early photos done. They're just getting themselves ready to get underway in this match. They'll soon be selecting their first players for the game. Sit back and relax and enjoy the next few hours of action, because it is going to be really exciting, and somebody is going to be winning this. Join us after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that we have been waiting for. We've built up a full year of league sessions, 14 weeks at a time. These teams have battled it out to earn their spot in the grand finals. Over the last 3 days, they have fought, they have played their hearts out, they have shown grit and determination, and above all, they've shown ability to get their team this far. And this is it. This is the inaugural grand finals where we will crown an 8-ball champion and pay out that historic $100,000. My name is Stephen Wyatt, and with me is Mr. Tony Holgate. Tony, the size of this moment, the pressure of this moment is palpable.
Yeah, it's an incredible place for these two teams to be. Like you said, they've battled through their leagues all year. They've had to come here, battle again to get to this stage, the final of the National League Ultimate Pool USA, and they're playing for $100,000. Well, I can tell you there's going to be a short delay because one of the players is still playing in one of the singles events, so the tension is going to build as we wait. It won't be too long before we are ready to get underway. In the meantime, we're going to pop back to the studio where Simon Webb is just going to have a little chat with Stephen Wyatt, and they're going to talk about the intensity and all the way that this match is going to be running, the strategy, everything else with it, and we're going to have a little word with them.
Well, there's actually going to be a little bit of a delay here, a bit of drama as we get ready for the big match, the big final of the 8-ball, because actually as it's happened all week long, there are players also playing in other events, because we've got the big Open, which is going to be focused on tomorrow, the CPBA Open. One of the players in one of the teams is actually still playing in the Open, so we're going to have about a 15-20 minute delay here, which is all adds to the tension and the drama, Steve.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's already been built up. The drama's here. These teams had to go through 2 grueling semifinals to make it here, and it's kind of like one of those situations where, all right, guys, hurry up and wait.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's tough.
I mean, I knew there was a player playing in the Open, but so because they were playing in the Open, they were also playing in their teams. They had to hold back matches, and then as soon as they finished in the semi-finals, they had to go and play in the Open. Busy time when you do well in tournaments. Everybody that's played pool knows that. If you do well and you're playing in multiple events, you're always going to have little things like this. But obviously, it's very, very tight on time and stuff. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the teams deal with that. The extra delay, the extra, the nervous tension is there. The crowd is building, and it's going to be tough.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look behind me. I don't think I'd want to live in this world out here in this arena.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people out there. And the cameras and the pressure of the lights and just everything that goes along, it's very, very difficult as a pool player to play good in intense situations. But I'd be willing to bet that none of these players out here have ever played in an arena under this type of pressure.
Yeah, but there's not very many people that have played under pressure for 100,000 on a team environment. In terms of for your team, you could be out there needing to get a win in the final match to win the money.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I said there's not many people, but there is one, because we have a player who competed in the NSL
but
C&D.
I just think it's different. I know what you mean. He's got the experience of playing out in the arena, which is huge, and the low-speed players are critical to teams as well. So the fact that he's the low-speed player, he could be critical in terms of doing a great job holding off, like he did in his match. If he can hold off and keep the score tight and keep it low, that could set his team up beautifully. So the experience of playing in the NSL final could be massive.
Yeah, you're right. But again, like you said, it's not for that.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to kick back a little bit because we saw a great example of this, about that ability that the low player has to control the first part of the match. Let's rewind to last night.
Yeah.
Kylie Hicks playing in the Timball final. She played her match the exact way she was supposed to.
In my opinion, the MVP of the team. Absolutely. Getting out 0-0 in that environment, in that moment, set the team up beautifully. Chase went straight on top of it, and his job was then to put a big number up, to do what they should have done on the other side, put the big number up. It wasn't about winning, it was about winning big, to get the points up. And that's the thing you've got to remember here. It's about getting the points. You get a 5-point bonus for winning the match, but every rack you win, you also get a point as well. In fact, here are the critical things you need to know. We have squads of 8 players with 5 members playing on the night. We have 5 30-minute matches. One of your players has to be a maximum of 450, which is why we are talking about the low-speed players, and you're only allowed 2 above 600. In fact, there's very few. I think there's only 2 players, one on each side, that is over 600, which is really interesting as well. You get a 5-point bonus for winning a match, as I was just saying, and you get 1 point for every rack you win above your handicap. You get no points awarded if you finish on 0, which is what happened last night with Kylie Hicks. She came out 0-0. Great result for her team because she was trying to defend, and it was a brilliant performance there. The match ends when we get to 0 on the match clock, 30-minute matches, and you can only earn a maximum of 20 points per match. Coaching can be allowed. This is a really key point. Coaching can be allowed for players under 450 during an extension only. You get 1 coaching visit per rack, which is actually really important, because if you are trying to run the clock down, you want to use that coaching visit a lot. Once every rack is really, really useful, and of course you get some advice from the higher speed player on the team, or whoever you designate as the coach. And then higher speed players start on a minus total. That's the big thing. It's a rundown style. So we saw it last night with Kylie. It's a great example. She started on 0, her opponent started on -4, and her job was to defend. She kept it down nicely, which was absolutely fantastic. And where did I get to on this list here? Maximum handicap is -4 players. That's really important as well. It'll be -1, -2, -3, -4, and players will get 30 seconds per shot all the way through 30-minute matches. And as you can hear behind me, and as you can now, well, you can't quite see behind me yet, but you will see behind me in a couple of minutes' time, we are just about ready to go here. So I am going to send it back to the commentators, and let's get this match on. It is just about ready for the biggest match of the year. Down to commentary.
Thank you very much, Simon Webb and Stephen White. Stephen will be joining me in a second when he hot foots it from the studio position and back into this commentary box. I'm Tony Holgate. And there you see the lag. This is it. The winning team in this match will get $100,000. $50,000 for the runners-up, so that's quite nice. As Stephen has run back from the studio position, here he is. Did you enjoy that little jog?
Well, I haven't run anywhere in a long time.
I was going to say that. Did somebody carry you over there or get you like an e-scooter?
Yeah, so I took a golf cart. Super excited for this, and like me and Simon were just talking about, the strategy behind that first put up, the strategy behind putting up somebody who can put your team in a good spot. That's the key here. And we're going to figure out where our teams are here in just a moment.
Well, the balls are racked. Both teams from the state of Missouri.
Yeah. Steve, name, player's name.
The balls are racked. The players are ready for $100,000. It's Action Central from St. Louis, Missouri, and 8 runners southbound from Springfield, Missouri.
And there you hear Action Central from St. Louis, Missouri.
Yep, they're on the left of our picture in the blue.
Tony, I'm so excited for this. I've been waiting for this for months. I can't do it.
You have to.
I cannot, and I will not.
You've got to be a professional about it, Stephen.
I'm very professional. I'm professionally excited right now because this is the buildup of a full season. This is the buildup of teams absolutely grinding it out and becoming a champion, an inaugural Grand Finals
I'll tell you what's
champion.
interesting, the league operators. Because Brett Snowden, one of the league operators, what about Justin Bergman has put his weight and name behind it as a league operator as well? Incredible stuff. That shows how much he believes in it.
Well, when you have a name like Justin Bergman or Tyler Steyer.
Exactly.
Or Stephen Wyatt. No, there are some pros out there that really have put their name out there. And here it is. Okay, this is an important note right here. So we see Dave Christianer versus Kyle Byrne. Now, the difference here is we're looking at the points, okay? For every 40 points...
Super Dave,
that's what it says. For every 40 points, a game is started in the negative. So... we know that this match is about 60-something points. There's only one game given. So for the player that is starting at 0, they need to do what they can to try and win games and hold serve and keep that handicap from being caught up. Look at this break. If you're going to come out here on the TV table and it's your first time ever and you're going to break, this is the break that I want.
Does that 9-ball pass into the top right-hand corner? If it does, wow, just look at Stripes.
He took a glance at it, and based on his reaction, I'm not sure that it does.
Can't do.
But if he's taking the 5-ball, why would you not just take the 4? Unless maybe he believes he cannot run out with the 2-ball where it's at.
I think he wanted to get straighter on this 7 to come across and then play the 2 next.
Yeah, this is Kyle Byrne of 8 Runners Southbound. Looking to kill the handicap that's been put on him by our UpScore handicap system. He is a 521 UpScore, playing a 464 UpScore, so therefore he will start the -1, and he needs to try and get that back immediately. Make it 0-0 with plenty of time on the match clock. Because here's why it's important, Tony. Match points are determined like this. Every rack
1 past 0 is a point, and a match 1 is worth 5. So essentially, if Kyle were to win 6 games, that's going to put him at 5 in the positive. He's going to get 10 points for his team, 5 for the games and 5 for the win. A 10-point spread is huge. And if Kyle could manage to do that for Southbound, it would put his team in a great position to secure their win for this $100,000. He's just trying to navigate what he has here. Now, you know what I find so funny, Tony, is we've seen professionals come out here in the arena and struggle with the shot clock. But these guys have been playing with the shot clock. Oh, no. Oh, no. He just got a little quick on that, Tony.
Yeah, he wasn't really on anything anyway, if he'd have popped that 3 ball.
But just, you know, yeah, I think he got himself stuck. I think he got himself stuck, and he wasn't quite sure what to do. The nerves are high. The tension is high. There's a lot going on here, and we see our first opportunity at Super Dave, according to his jersey.
Early nerves.
Yeah, that's the one thing that'll get you is the nerves. Not so much worried about the shot clock, because these guys and gals have been playing on a 30-second shot clock for 3 seasons now. For a whole year they've been playing with the shot clock. They're used to it by now.
They're not used to the TV, though.
They're definitely not used to the TV. They're definitely not used to the very loud, audible beeps that are going to come in on them when they've almost reached that time limit.
Where's the cue ball going? It stays out. Dangerously close to that side pocket.
All right, looky here. We've got 8 runners southbound on camera, and you saw there our NSL C&D division winner. He's already got 1 title. He's looking to add another one and an additional $100,000 to his bank account. This is such a big rack here.
Oh, Byrne really trying to make sure of this opening rack. Get rid of the negative scoreline.
Yeah, and that's what he needs to do, is get rid of that negative scoreline. Kyle Byrne.
Well, this is an opportunity now. Has to take it. Want to come up a little higher.
Kyle in trouble again. Only 1 real pocket for the 2 ball, and it's going to be a tough cross bank. I don't think he can bank it straight out.
Huge this for Dave Christianer. Moved off the shot. Left him hooked.
Wow, he almost made that ball. That was such a good attempt there by Kyle Byrne. Look at this. Uh-oh, it's Super Dave making that cue ball dance. Is he going to get a shot on the 15? I think he does.
Well, he's going to play the 9 first, surely. Let's run that 9 in. You'll go a little bit further than that, Dave, on this table.
Yeah, may have come up a little short. Now this is important here. He just needs to be able to make this ball. And if he's going to roll forward, he just needs to slightly roll forward. You don't want to risk kissing that 2 ball and following the 15 into the side pocket. It would be devastating.
He's on the 8. Huge 8 ball to start this match. Calls the extension.
Very, very rough shot there. Just didn't look settled. He just didn't look settled on the ball.
It's attention. $100,000. Well, and that was a long way away.
The big thing with this is a time-killing rack. This is hurting the time clock, and it's the handicap will come into play in situations like this. We're 10 minutes in and have yet to complete a rack. Super Dave has the opportunity. All right. Kyle Byrne with his best opportunity yet to get the win. Just needs to make the 2 ball. I feel like maybe he should have let his stroke out a little bit there. He needs to get his arm warm. He just hasn't had an opportunity yet to get his arm warm. Nice and smooth. There it is. Kyle Byrne ties it up. The score now 0-0. We're all flat. And this is a brand new match for Kyle Byrne. He's got an opportunity here now to take advantage of the even game. You got a 20-minute match clock essentially now, and win as many as you can for your team. 8-Ball League payouts for 2025. Pay attention to that. Take a picture of it now. Look at it in your memories a year from now and see how they compare. The 8-Ball League payouts of 2025. Our champion, $100,000. With our runner-up receiving $50,000. Our 2 semifinalists took home a nice paycheck of $20,000 apiece. Everybody in the last 8 took home $10,000, and our last 12 took home $5K apiece. Now, that's a lot of money paid out. That is a lot of money paid out, Tony.
Indeed it is. Incredible. Good split. Of course, no golden breaks in this. Well, that 8 flies into the corner, so we'll just come back out.
Yeah, Super Dave, more than anything, was wanting that 8-ball to be legal on the break, but unfortunately in UPL rules and international 8-ball rules, it is not a win. If you've seen it counted as a win, I promise you that was just because it was the shootout format.
Well, Dave gets back to the table because he didn't make another ball as well. So if that was the only ball he made, he'd have had to step away from the table. The 8-ball would have come back up, and it would have been Kyle Byrne at the table.
So, Tony, we all know that as the rule. However, Ultimate Pool League, when people give feedback, UPL listens. A decision was made last session to go ahead and change that rule. So in UPL League format, an 8-ball down, no matter if it's the only ball that was made, the player retains their shot at the table.
Wow.
It's the only change they've made to the rules, and I don't expect to see many more, as the rules are mostly in place for good reason. But this is the one rule that people questioned, and they didn't really have a great example as to why it should stay that way. So the change was made. Once again, UPL is the league for the players. We listen to your feedback. We take it into account. And if changes need to be made, we will make them.
And to be fair, I'm quite a fan of that, because if you make a ball, you make a ball. It doesn't matter if it's the 8. If it's not a golden break, then it should count. So I'm all for that.
Yeah, I think most everybody agreed that it was a good rule change.
Extension call.
Joe Giuliano, Eric Smith, table 32. Bradford Martin, Trey May, table 33. Bradford Martin, Trey May, table 33. Dennis Swanson, Frank Massey, table 67. Attention players, if you don't see your name.
I think if I was Carl Byrne, I'd start trying to play quicker, break everything out, because we know that the pressure out there, I mean, it's intense. So I would have been pushing Dave Krishna into the fray, if you like. Hammers that in, he might get a 10 as well. 9-ball stuck behind a 2, so that needs to come out. He could do it here. He needs to hit this very thin note on the 10, collide into the 9. I don't think he's going thin enough. He's not. Had to be wafer thin to get the cue ball over to the 9.
If you can see enough of this to hit it full in the face, he may be able to bank it up top. I think he has the angle, but it's going to be tough.
Close.
Very close. Very good effort. As we approach the halfway mark of this match, we're still sitting 0-0 now. If you look at this match, Tony, and if the match were to end right now, the story would be that Dave Krishna was able to hold off Kyle Byrne long enough to keep Kyle from gaining points. And if Dave was able to win a rack, that would be absolutely huge for his team.
Pushing there, trying to move the 2 and the 3 apart.
Marcello, Ryan Lee, table 80. Jake Marcello, Ryan Lee, table 80. Jerry Metcalf, Matt Summer, table 81.
Long 9 ball into the top left for Kyle Byrne. Makes it. He's on the 8.
Richard Jones, Stephen Askew, table 84. Jason Drummond, David Sutton, table 85. Jason Drummond, David Sutton, table 85.
Teammates looking on behind.
Oh no, that is a huge rattled 8-ball. A chance to steal the lead, and was just a little firm on the stroke. Even if you hit it just softer, I think it might go.
The thing is, he's left Dave Krishna a long way away from his target. Needs to be careful that he doesn't dig this at all and send the cue ball towards the 8 ball. That's a great shot.
That ball wept its feet all the way into that pocket. Oh no. After that ball just almost falls last time, Kyle Byrne now in control of the table and is going to...
Oh my word, he's missed it completely. Wow. Shake it ahead. Tried to go too thin with that. And Dave Krishna, what is his dreamland here? Roll the 7 in. Roll the 2 down the line. 8's over the bag. Kyle Byrne cannot believe it.
Well, if you've ever wondered what the pressure of playing for $100,000 might look like,
it looks like that.
Unfortunately for Kyle, it's going to look just like that.
Oh, this is massive. So this simple 8 for Dave Krishna, as he looks at the clock, thinks I'll run some seconds off it. In it goes. Action Central. Action stations for Dave Krishna. He's got his nose in front. Got a rack on the board.
Yeah, it just takes the lead. If the match ended right now, that would be 6 points for Action Central.
Yep. Get 1 for the rack he's won, and 5 for winning the match.
That's it.
I'm caught up. I'm there.
And if we haven't talked about it, because I think I've covered pretty much everything else, if this match were to end in a tie, obviously, no bonus points for the win. Simply the racks won. So a 1-1 would be a 1 point for each team. 11 minutes, 43 seconds.
So what happens? Let's just say we go all the way to the 5th match, and it ends up in a complete tie.
This is the perfect thing, Tony. They play 5 matches. The final score is 17-17. It is a pairs 6-ball shootout. However, you can't just throw your best players out there. It is a maximum of 1,200 up score. You can pick any 2 players on your team. You're obviously going to want to pick the best ones, but if you have 2 players that are a 700 and a 600, you can't throw them out there. They don't meet the requirements. So it'd be a 6-ball shootout, 1,200 max up score, fastest time wins. And we've seen several of them out on the floor in the process of getting to this match. We've seen several teams tie it up and go to the 6-ball shootout. But how crazy would it be to see it in the finals for $100,000?
There'd be some panic stations out there for that. stripes for Dave. Heading for the last 10 minutes of this match. Krishna in a very good position. And that first rack has just seemed to have settled Dave Krishna. Not a great shot there by Dave Krishna. Does that 14 go past the 6? Looks tight. And a foul there called by referee Dara Hibbert.
Please listen. If you placed in third place and do not see your name in the bracket, you are eligible for a wild card. We are trying to work it out right now and get you guys in the draw. We have 96 players that work through your records. Really get you in there. We got to watch the match that will be draw.
So Kyle Byrne really needs to step on the gas.
Once again, match number 1 of our Ultimate Pool League Grand Final.
There he is.
Justin Bergman. League operator Justin Bergman. As we see him on the screen there. Kyle Byrne down 1-0. Less than 10 minutes on the clock. After that disastrous miss on the 8-ball last rack, you know Kyle's got to feel like he needs to get out here and he needs to secure that point for his team, because he's got to feel like he, in a sense, maybe he let his team down. But he's a good player. He was just in a rough position. Unfortunate there. Dave comes back to the table.
This is not going to plan for Kyle Byrne.
Yeah, no, and it's
this. I mean, this is huge for Dave Krishna and Action Central. He gets 2-0 up. We're going to be way under 7 minutes. And never mind just stopping and holding Kyle Byrne and be quite happy with that a tie here. Dave Krishna could go on and rack up a few points.
Yeah, Kyle being the higher of the up scores really needs to try and shake the nerves and come out. He's got 6.5 minutes left for his team, left for him to tie this up. It's now 2-0 for Action Central in this first round first match of the 5. And like I said, Kyle's got to be struggling out there. That chair is a lonely place, but his team is there behind him to back him up. And as we see here, this is the league format. All teams consist of 5 playing members. The only requirement is we must have at least one 450 upscore play, and you can only have 2 above 600. 5 matches, 30 minutes, highest points total wins. We've already talked about the scoring, how that works. 1 rack is worth 1 point after the handicap, of course, and then 5 points for the win. The matches end at 0 on the game clock. Coaching is allowed for players under 450 during extensions only, so it's on their own time. They must call an extension to call their timeout.
So that would be you getting coached out there then?
Unfortunately, my up score is not low enough to receive coaching. 1 game handicap for every 40 points. And then, of course, we play under our shot clock rules. 30 seconds with a 30-second extension allowed once per rack. As we see Dave here lining up to break. 8 runners southbound. Kyle Byrne is going to want to be able to try and get to the table and do something for his team. Ball's down for Super Dave Christianer.
Well, I'm telling you now, Dave Christianer's not getting beat. He's not losing 3 racks from here with 6 minutes. No chance.
Well, that's the thing, is he doesn't have to lose 6.
No, I just said 6 minutes. He's not going to lose 3 racks.
He doesn't have to lose 3 because Kyle could essentially keep Dave from earning points by tying it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that would still be a great result for Action Central.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it would. But not so much considering they're up 2-0 right now. They'd rather have this one than a
Exactly,
tie.
but I'm just saying a tie is still a decent result. Let's say the coaches or whatever the league operators at the start, if you're Dave Christianer, if you're Action Central and you were offered a tie with Kyle Byrne, they'd take it.
Yeah, I think they would. And I'm not saying you're wrong on that. You are 100% correct. And 2-0 is definitely hard to overcome when you can't get to the table.
So Kyle Byrne at the table in a bit of a desperate position. That 3 doesn't want to go and stick him behind the 8 ball, and it has.
The good news is I think he can use the 6 ball to move that 3 ball. And he's really letting the cue ball get a little loose here. Oh, and just unfortunate on the bobbled ball. Time is starting to run out here for Kyle Byrne. Oh, now that is a big miss there. Kyle Byrne not expected to get back to the table there.
Tried to move the 3. Nearly scratched. Will it bank? Can he bank that 3 ball?
I'm not sure he has to worry about it because I believe he can shoot the 6 in the corner and just get a nice little pinch draw and touch the 8.
You've got to dig deep to get that cue ball from that 6 into the 8 and the 3. Getting the cue right up there. And then scratched.
Hard to do at that speed for sure. Definitely hard to do at that speed.
Well, 2.5 minutes left in this match. Dave Christianer in a pretty unassailable position here. 2-0 up. So as it stands, if it was to finish now, he gets 7 points for his team. He wants another one. He's thinking, can I make it 8?
The extra point could go a very long way in securing the victory for his team. The more games you win, the more points you give them. Super Dave would love to give his team that extra point for the win. He's in a little bit of a predicament here. He's trying to navigate that 8-ball. Now, Tony, do you believe that you could play the 11 off of the 3 into the side and maybe move that 8-ball?
Yeah, move the 8-ball into that top corner. I wouldn't advise that.
Just because if you overhit it, obviously there's a big chance that you lose the game because of it.
You'd have to play it very softly, but then from that angle there, the cue ball, if he draws it, you're hitting it at the pace where the 8-ball get there. If you roll it, then the cue ball's going to go probably a little bit faster pace than the 8 and catch it up. See when he caught it up? So when you play it slowly, the cue ball catches the 8-ball up and he's ended up stuck with it.
Yeah, if anything, you want to hit that with a little bit of bottom and a little bit more powerful, but you got to be careful about making
That's
the
8-ball.
Exactly. The big thing for Dave is you just don't want to foul on this ball.
You're not going to cut this. And the danger, if he tries to cut this, is that cue ball's going to come back and hit his tip. And that is a scratch. He basically tried to get the cue out of the way before he hit the ball. Can he get this in before the clock runs out and just get one?
1 point would be great.
He's not going to do it.
And there it is. Match number 1. And 7 points is going to go home to St. Louis for Action Central. This team has got to be thrilled with that outcome. But there's still 4 more matches to go, and we will see the conclusion of our 8-ball grand finals later on in the night. Match number 2 coming up.
At APD Studios, we don't just design pool rooms. We build experiences around the game that we all know and love. I'm Adam Piper, a licensed architect for 10 years and a nearly 25-year pool player. I bring nearly 2 decades of real-world experience designing, setting up, and optimizing pool rooms and tournaments, both locally and nationally. Whether you're upgrading your pool room to host larger tournaments, planning a full-scale event, or just looking to perfect your home playing space, I design with purpose. From traffic flow and lighting to vendor zones and spectator comfort, every detail is considered, making it efficient for staff, welcoming for players and spectators alike, and compliant with local building codes. For residential spaces, I bring the same precision, crafting rooms that feel luxurious, play beautifully, and reflect a true passion for the game. At APD Studios, we design for more than just gameplay. We design for the future of your room.
One match down, we've got 4 more to go as we edge closer to the final score and who's going to win the big jackpot. Johnny, thanks for joining us. We sat there and watched that first match together. It felt like 2 teams with an awful lot on their mind.
You know, you felt the tension. I know we were feeling it, we were talking about it. You know, when you start playing for this kind of stuff here, And all that, man, I'll tell you what, it'll make you do things you'll never expect.
But overall, you have to say Action Central will be very happy. They get the victory 2-0, which with their 5-point bonus gives them a 7-0 start. So a really solid first blow for them. It'd be interesting to see what the teams decide to do now. They can pick any of their squad to see what they do. So, do we need to see the 8 runners stick up one of their gun players to get back into this one? Or are they going to stick with a formula? And it's going to be interesting to see what they do. And of course, Action Central then will have to make a decision on what to do to counter that.
Strategy comes into play here. It really does. And so you need a really smart captain. You need everybody to chime in, give your opinion on what you feel, and then at the end of the day, you need one person to make that decision, and then go with it.
Captain needs to make the decision and be strong and stick with it, and everybody needs to be on the same page there and get behind their players, really, because it's you may be out there by yourself, but you know what it's like. You want the support of your teammates there to know that they're with you all the way.
That's right. It's going to be interesting to watch. It's already getting involved, and we'll go back and watch a little bit more of it, and hey, tune in. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, let's send it back to commentary and get our second match underway.
Thank you, Simon. Second match is about to start. So Action Central started very, very well indeed. So up next for Action Central, Mike Schluter, and he's taking on Calvin Eugene. There you see Calvin Eugene will have to start -1. There is 81 points difference in their up score. I'm Tony Holgate. In the commentary box now is Mike DeMarco. He's come in to have a taste of this final, this $100,000 final.
Yeah, it's really becoming real, Tony. I mean, I saw the energy when those two teams entered the arena, and it's really getting down to it, and it's become very real. So,
yeah, there you see. So Action Central start off. They've got a nice 7-0 lead after Dave Krishna defeated Kyle Byrne.
You know, be honest, Tony, it's really surreal that one of these two teams wins $100,000. That's not usually in the same sentence as league pool. That's massive world-class event type of numbers, and I mean that's exactly what this has turned into. Ultimate Pool League is the real deal.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, incredible.
Calvin playing a defensive shot there.
So is Calvin that will need to make? Well, he's got
every 40, every 40 points. So
of course it is. Yeah, every 40.
Plus, yep.
Yeah.
So -2 he starts at.
Yeah, me and my maths.
Quick math.
Yeah, quick math.
All right, Mike Schluter electing to play the stripes. Swing and a miss. And he leaves it okay for his opponent. What do you think here, Tony?
I think Calvin Eugene don't want to make the same mistake as his teammate did in the last match. He needs to get this done quickly, because at -2 there's an awful lot to do. And if you lose the first rack, you're in real trouble. With only, it's only 30 minutes a match.
That's what it is.
Right, ball in hand. Not sure exactly what the foul was there. I slipped my mind there. Not really sure exactly what happened, but ball in hand to Calvin Eugene. And he needs to put up a couple of points and at least try to get on even ground and possibly pull ahead of his opponent. We're going to see what that foul was.
I think it was something under the arm there.
Yeah, I think so too. That's
when you don't
very likely.
When you don't actually physically see it, and there's balls underneath somebody's body, then it would generally be a shirt sleeve or an arm.
Well, kudos to our officials, doing a great job this week, Tony. Got to say, the officials, our referees, especially in our arena here, doing a really good job. Really also engaged in the game, paying attention to everything that's happening on this arena table.
Eugene going for the bank shot there. Not getting it.
All right, Mike Schluter looks like he's going to want to go with the 1 ball here. He might be more comfortable with the 7, but cue ball's hampered by the 5. I mean, same situation here, but I think he can get a little bit better cueing, kind of more towards the center of the cue ball from here. Nice shot. And you got to remember, these players are playing in this arena all for the first time, so energy is high, and I'm sure the nerves are in there somewhere. Although we've seen that sometimes the players will rise to the occasion and really perform much higher than they have in the past. Overspun that one just a bit. So it's Calvin Eugene back to the table. He's on the 8 ball and does not have a clean shot here. He can play rail first, try to get it in the top right. But you got to watch the cue ball. It's going to be tracking towards that top left corner. And you see him doing some measuring here. And what he's doing is he's measuring double the distance of where he'd like the cue ball to contact the 8 and mirroring that on the opposite side of the rail. So just needs to shoot through that line. Makes contact. And not going to pocket the 8 ball, but it is now wide open for Mike Schluter. It's all about execution here.
Yeah, I think the first ball's very tricky, though, to be fair, Mike. I think he's got a thin cut on the 2. Don't like that shot.
No, this is really tough.
He's got to play safe. Hit the 6 ball.
Yeah, just tap the 6 ball and leave it right there.
Yeah.
Very simple shot. And, Tony, we were talking about this earlier, watching the singles.
Coaching. See, this is it. Because he's a score of under 450, when he calls the extension here, he's allowed to have the nominated coach come out and tell him once per rack, give him a bit of advice. And here is when the coach has come out.
Yeah, Tony, we talked about that earlier, with the players, where a player has the ability to execute the correct shot, but it's really just the pool intelligence or the knowledge of the game for strategy where they don't recognize what they're supposed to do in that situation. I'm sure Mike knows how to just tap the 6 ball, but he might have tried to shoot something different.
Yeah, and Calvin Eugene doesn't have that option because he is over a 450 score, and he's played that too heavy, and he has left Calvin Eugene clear sight of the 8 ball.
Yeah, you really got to make sure that if you are coaching a player, really go through all of the steps. I know a lot of times coach will come out and say, hey, just shoot it like this. And they don't really get the job done.
The 8 ball is down. Calvin Eugene cuts the deficit. He's just down to -1. And they'll be a lot happy with that. So, just for a second, I think we might go and have a little chat with Stephen Jameson. He's talking to Dave Krishna.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. With Dave Krishna, who is... Well, has the heart rate slowed down any, Dave, after you've had about 10 minutes?
Absolutely. It's like, you can probably see it was pumping. So,
have you ever experienced a feeling like that before? I mean, it must be an incredible feeling leading your team out in a scenario like that. We all know what's at stake. We've been banging the drum for long enough, but now you're here in the final. What was it actually like to be out there and playing?
It was incredible. It's an incredible opportunity. It was a grind all through the week and everything, and to get here, it took some good rolls, it took some bad rolls, right? So I'm just glad that I've been able to get us out in front a little bit and hopefully bring up anchors. Everybody's been integral with, getting us here. We have 7 people on the team. Every single one of the players have played. Every single one of the players have came through in clutch. So
it's been a really interesting start. you knew your strategy, I think, in that match pretty early on. It seemed to be once you got your one on the scoreboard, then it was your turn to sort of play spoiler a little bit and keep it tight and just stay ahead.
Right, exactly. You know, especially when you're getting, you know, a little bit of weight, they're starting at the negative and stuff. If I can jump out and I can put the one game up there, it just puts that much more pressure on them, and then I can start playing the clock and just moving balls around and just not taking high risks.
And I've got to ask as well, we've asked a lot of players here this week. It's obviously the very first Ultimate Pool League Nationals, the big grand finals. But for those watching at home, how much do you enjoy playing Ultimate Pool League?
I really love it. You know, it's a fast-paced game. I'm a fast-paced type of player. I don't like, you know, sitting around with all the coaching and all the other stuff from other leagues and things of that nature and stuff. And so when this came out and stuff, and then here you sit, you play one game, you sit, you actually play a match where you can get into a groove and things of that nature. And with that, you know, that's what made me want to play in the Ultimate Pool League.
I got to ask you as well, you're in it to win it now, it's the final. We know you're going to, as a team, take home minimum $50,000. It might yet be the big prize. Have you dared to dream yet?
Well, I've never made that much money yet in playing pool, but you know, it's going to be awesome, you know, so yeah.
We're going to let you get back to your team and support your boys going on right here. Mike seems to be doing a pretty good job so far. He's hanging in there. He started -2 ahead.
Right.
Similar job to what you had to do, right?
Exactly. Correct. Yeah, so as long as he plays with the game plan and is able to just keep it down, we're good, because we've got the big guys coming out and stuff. So, you know, hopefully we get it done.
I wish you all the very best, Dave. We'll let you go back and enjoy your teammates. Well played, sir.
Thank you very much, Stephen Jameson, with the jubilant Dave Christianer. Great to hear his words and what the experience is like for him out in that arena. And now we can go back and bite his nails, sat on the sidelines, and watch his teammates try and get over the line and win 100K.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable what's happening here, Tony, and I can tell that these players are really rising to the occasion. You know, I think Mike might be a little bit nervous out there, but I'll tell you, these players are really giving it their best, and I'm sure they're just, you know, also just enjoying the experience being out here in this arena. I mean, what are they going to get? About $6,000 a piece if they lost?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not terrible.
No, it's not.
That's not terrible at all.
Yeah, I'll be quite relaxed. I must admit, if I was out there, I would be quite relaxed, thinking,
you already won.
If you came before the weekend, you think they said you're going to be in the final and you're going to pick up 50K minimum. You'd bite their arm off, wouldn't you? You said, yeah, please.
Relax, chill out. Oh. Yeah. Mike Schluter looking for the 10 ball. Good shot.
You know, you'd be nervous if it was like you can win 100 grand, or if you lose, you've got to fork out 100 grand out of your pocket.
Yeah.
There's a different scenario. That would make for a tense atmosphere, but it is record-breaking prize money on offer.
Yeah,
for Pool League.
And, you know, an interesting dynamic about this format, Tony, you know, Mike Schluter starting -2 ahead, you know, with his opponent being -2 to start. You know, a good strategy would be to keep his player down and really just try to drain the clock while he has that advantage. You know, we talked about that where, you know, Mike obviously would love to win a rack and get ahead of his opponent, you know, off the 0 mark for extra points, but really just wants to do that in the most time possible so that Calvin can't put up those extra points.
Yeah, I think the tactic that Action Central have used is that they've kept some big guns that are yet to come out. You know, we've seen the first 2 players from Action Central that's come out, and they've been obviously not the ones on the negative scoreline, where the 8-ball runners, well, they seem to have gone with their higher ranked players, if you like.
Yeah, I think they're really trying to just make sure that once they get to where it's absolutely necessary to get the win, they want that resting on the shoulders of their strongest players.
I had a little glimpse at the teams, and I was over the shoulder of people that were putting all the stuff in the graphics, and there's a couple of 600 plus up scores on the actual central. This man, he can call the extension and have a one-off coach now. I can tell you the coach there is a 600 plus rater.
I actually got to meet that gentleman outside. I forget his name, it escapes me.
He played in the UPL team, I think, against USA Juniors. I recognise him.
Yeah, and oddly enough, his team also made it to the semi-final of the 10-ball.
That's right, yeah.
So,
I'm going to take a guess at Charles Duval.
Is that who it is?
There was a Charles Duval that played in that match, and that would be where my, yeah.
Yeah, that might be right. You know what, Tony? I won't second guess you.
Well,
you definitely get a better memory than
egg on my face later.
All right, Gene Wineland.
Testing my memory, but there you go.
Gene Wineland looking for a way to finish this rack out. Almost half of the match clock has expired, and we've played one rack, Tony. So these players really need to get moving, especially Gene. And foul shot. So ball in hand to Mike Schluter. And he's going to watch leaning over that 115, putting himself in a position where he could foul as well. You know, I really love having an official watching the matches. You know, there's really no room for error. You know, there's no leniency, if you will. And that's the way it should be, especially playing for $100,000. Now, I remember a game in League Pool a while back, and, you know, the player accidentally fouls. And we're literally, you know, in a very crucial match, and he says, "Are you really going to call a foul on me?" And I looked at him, and I said, "No, I'm just going to say, hey, team, we're just going to let them off the hook. They can win. Go ahead." Of course. I really love having an official there. Takes the pressure off of the players to interject. You know, that's really a nice piece.
Yeah, I mean, it's cut and dried, isn't it? It's either a foul or it's not a foul. You can't say, well, there's grey areas, and well, it wasn't a really bad foul. Only moved the ball slightly.
Exactly right. It's like, oh, you only kind of fouled. You're really going to call that on me? Of course, yes. We're playing for $100,000 here. There's a $50,000 difference between the winner and the runner-up.
It's sort of what you say to your dad if you're playing.
You're really going to do that to me? Yes, absolutely. All right, Gene Wineland looking for the bank on the one. It's going to miss there. Maybe the side pocket. Not enough. So back to Mike Schluter. And Mike really doesn't mind taking as much time as possible to finish this rack. So he's going to try to keep Gene at bay. I mean, granted, he definitely wants to get positive, but he also doesn't want Gene to get even to 0, because that makes a difference score-wise. All right, he makes that one. Doesn't really have an angle for the 8-ball, so he's in a tricky spot here, Tony.
If I'm Mike Schluter, I'd just try and pot that, stop the wide head, and play the bank with the 8. Pay your money, take your chance.
Yeah, I could see that.
Take your chance, you get paid $100,000.
Yeah, really. Yep. It's like a scratch ticket here.
Absolutely.
All right, Mike looking for the 11.
Oh, good pot.
Very good.
Right. I mean, there's no point in rolling into this, because all Gene Wineland's going to do is just roll up to the ball at the top. I think give this a ride round the table. So into that, just to the left of that diamond, you can play off 2 cushions into the top right-hand corner.
You know, I was just going to say that, Tony. He looks like he's perfectly in line. Stop shot right here. Maybe a touch of outside or left-hand spin. 2 rails right to the top corner.
See, there's no advantage there. None.
All right, but that really goes back to ability versus recognizing the shots. You know, not the correct shot, but at the same time, remember, Mike's trying to burn that clock so Gene stays negative. So he really wants to just make it take as long as possible to get this rack finished. You know, if you can make contact with the 8 ball here, not really leave a shot, I mean, that's tricky to do. 1 ball's always going to be available, but at some point, Gene's going to get a little anxious and say, hey, I need to move this along, and he's going to take a swing. And that's not terrible. That was pretty good. I mean, again, he's trying to burn the clock, but at the same time, Gene's got to get something happening.
Yeah, but if he's going to play the safety here and roll behind the 7, you want to really get the 7 and the 8 apart a bit. It's no big, like, see, that's no good. You get ball in hand, you're still not in any great position.
Yeah, you can't win naturally with ball in hand here. So Gene's actually helping Mike by playing a safe shot like that. Absolutely right, Tony. He needs to separate the 7 and the 8. So if you do get ball in hand, you can win. And 2-rail shot. And he's going to elect to play the 1-railer. Looks like he's aimed just a bit wide. And it's missed the mark.
So ball in hand, but like I said, he's not got anything great to go out. I mean,
he's got to kind of play the same shot again. Tap into the 7, separate the 8, and try to get it right underneath that 7. But it looks like he's going to go all aggressive here.
No, he's just tap the 1. What he wants him to do,
he wants him to break it out for him.
Yeah. Well, see, now by not snookering him, it's actually a better play. By not playing the safety so he can't see the 8, he's now forcing to play it, because if he didn't hit it, it'd be deemed as a non-attempt and would be loss of rack. So he has to hit this. Now that will move them apart. That's good. That's a good shot. It's awkward to try and get behind the 7, because I think the cue will roll far enough away that he might leave a cut on the 8. So he's
rail first here. Lots of left-hand spin. That's how you get to the 7, Tony. Rail first, clip the 1 into the pocket, top short rail, left long rail, and then into that bottom quadrant of the right long rail. Try to rest right on the bottom cushion.
Could play softly off the top rail and into the 1 and try and leave it safe, but I don't know. This is tough to get back on the 7. Yeah, always going to kill it with the spin. Like you said, you have to go cushion first to get that down.
Yeah, the angle wasn't right to really try to spin that around the rails, but I think Gene has some sort of a plan here.
I'll tell you now, if Mike Schluter gets this rack, it's going to put Action Central in an incredible position. Stays over the pocket right.
Very, very close.
Mike Schluter needs to make this 8 ball.
I'll tell you what, if he can also get the cue ball up table, that also helps quite a bit.
So if he was just to cut the 8 ball towards the bottom right hand corner, take the cue ball off 2 cushions, a little bit right hand side, come right up towards that top right hand corner, anywhere in that little area there, and put the 8 in front of the 7. Mind you, we're talking about quite a complicated shot here. Probably just best to play the bank.
Maybe 2 rails.
Oh, that's close. It's not going in. It's not going to go in. And Gene Wineland is going to be able to get this match level.
Just got to keep in mind the pace that he pockets this ball at. You know, it's a little bit thin into the pocket. He could overhit this fast table. He's going to be mindful. And he plays that well. Gene Wineland going to make it even up 0-0 with this 8 ball.
And if it continues at the pace we're going, we're playing 10 minutes a rack.
Well, I mean, that's reasonable for league play, especially in this upscore range.
Yeah. Which, like I say, if it continues in the same vein, we're only going to have 1 more rack.
I mean, I think this is really, every match is critical. Really is. You see both sides getting some coaching from their teammates and the designated coaches. Unbelievable what's about to happen. $100,000 to the winner. Unreal.
Yeah, I would be huffing and puffing out there as well, Mike.
I mean, I might be as well, Tony. This is not chump change, as some might say. This is big money. 6 figures.
Yep.
I mean, it's literally never happened before. First time in history. A fairly decent break off, but nothing going to fall. So Mike Schluter looking for just that 1 point. And again, 10 minutes. That's it. About average 10 minutes a game. And again, that's a reasonable time frame with these up scores and this, for league format. And I think we get a bit spoiled sometimes, Tony, watching these super world-class players, run racks in a minute or so. I mean, it just shows you, we really have something for everyone here. He's going to take another look around. Looks like he's decided on the 5 ball. I'm just realizing now that Mike Schluter is a lefty shooter. Gotta love the lefties. Looking for the 15 to sneak by the 4, and he gets it. Not really a lot going on in the center of that cluster. But, I mean, to be fair, Tony, if I'm Gene Wineland here, right, and Mike Schluter, he's not running a ton of balls consistently, I might break up that cluster outright and put pressure on Mike and say, hey, you got to run out here because my balls are in the open now. And, I think that would be a nice strategy here. And lo and behold, he goes and does it, makes a stripe. Not sure if he was playing that carom, but great shot nonetheless. He's going to be happy with that result. Taking another look around. I mean, ideally, he would get, a point up and not give enough time to kind of battle out another. The winner of this rack is likely going to be helping their team get closer to that $100,000 prize. Grand Finals, Tony. What a week it's been.
Yeah, it's been incredible.
Very nice speed control there from Mike.
What about playing the combination 7 unpulled to the 5?
Tony, I got to say, I love the way you recognize those things. Took the words right out of my mouth. I like that shot. I like that shot a lot.
Yeah, it brings the cue ball back out as well, and you can shoot the 2 after.
Yeah.
Not be me anyway.
Tell you what, he's left the cue ball pretty good here. Just tap the 6. Maybe just a short roll forward. And get yourself on the 3 to the top corner.
It was just an opportunity. Mike probably didn't see it, but just to get that 7 out of the way of there would have been earlier.
Here comes Mike Schluter. He says, I'm done messing around. It's time to get down to business. He's going to play his top speed now. Sometimes it's like that, though, Tony. The first couple games, you kind of get those, those cobwebs wiped off and get that arm warmed up and really start performing the way that you feel most comfortable. Hey, this is my real game.
Now, does he try and be greedy and come all the way down the table? Does he just sort of flick this in and leave a long 7 into that bottom right? And this is where it would have been handy if he'd have played that combination shot I said before. He'd have had a 7 up there, and the 5 would have been disappeared, and those ones would have gone and been dispatched at the bottom of the table. So now he's left with this.
It looks like he's just shy of shooting this outright. Now, be honest, it's really tough to play the one railer. It's right around where the side pocket is. I think you'd have to play it above it, so hopefully he does have enough to pocket it. What a great shot.
That is a fabulous shot there from Mike Schluter. This is huge. That 8 will go past the 14. This is where you got to keep yourself together.
You see that line from the 8 into the pocket.
And he's pulled up off it. Misses the 8 ball.
And look how the 8 is situated now, Tony.
Well, I'll tell you now, this is probably going to be the last rack of this match. So this is going to be 6 points on this rack. 6 points, my prediction. And I'll tell you what, Gene Wyland's just left clear daylight for Mike Schluter to shoot the 8 into the top left.
Not what he was hoping for by a long shot.
Tried to play a safety. He's failed with it. This goes. I certainly believe if Mike shoots this 8 ball, yes, he's asking for some coaching here, which he's allowed to do with his extension because of his upscore rating.
Now, Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? If that is frozen to that 14 ball and you can't really cut it in, you actually hit the 8 on the left side and the carom makes it work.
Yeah, the 14 would push it in.
Right.
I think he can make it anyway.
I think that's what they were kind of discussing there. I'm not sure exactly how it's situated. It's very tough to tell. Nonetheless, he's going to take a swing at it right now. And he's made it.
Wow, that's huge.
He's made it. Massive, massive shot there from Mike Schluter.
Gene Wyland's going to have to play a very quick rack here just to salvage something. And it could go very similar than the first match. And the 2 higher ranked players that played for the 8 ball runners look like they're going down. So at the moment, if it stays like this, that'll be 13-0 Action Central. Now that's big to pull back.
I mean, that was a massive shot right there.
Gene Wyland now having a little chat with his teammates.
Yeah, he's kind of saying, hey, I tried to do this, and this is what the result was. But, I mean, that might be a $50,000 swing. Oops.
Yeah.
I mean, that's tough. But you better believe that both of these teams and all of the players are giving it their absolute best. They know it's riding on it. And, you know, Tony, I'm with you with the sentiment you brought up earlier. If I have made it to here, and if I lose, I get $50,000 with my teammates, I'm going to play very relaxed. I'm not going to be nervous at all.
No.
I'm just going to be chilling, running balls out, and having a grand old time in the arena.
Yeah, if I'm on that team, if I'm on a team in the final, I would have said to my teammates, look, go out there and enjoy this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience to play on live TV, playing for $100,000. You know, these are lifetime memories.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to, the winners and the runner-ups, they're both going to remember this for the rest of their lives.
I mean, this is a thing. You know, it's going to be very unlikely you get a team that will come back next year and be in the final again because of the way the handicap system is done.
Yeah, right.
It's an evens sort of contest. You know, might not even get out your league.
And it's going to hang up. What's holding that ball up?
I don't know, but he's okay. I mean, again, Gene Wyland's got to shoot these.
He's going to go fast about it. definitely rushed that one.
It's almost as he's give up the ghost. And all Mike Schluter has to do now, walk out there, call the extension. You might as well, because I think you'll be able to do enough with just a couple of pots to get this over the line. There you go. I'm sure he just called it. Yep. And that is just purely, not really for much coaching, it's purely to run the clock down. Exactly. You say, look, when this extension ends, just go and play a ball over the pocket. Get rid of as many seconds off the clock, because you know full well Gene Wynand, I don't think he can possibly clear up in that a lot of time.
Yeah, agreed, Tony. And coaching session has concluded. But 1-0, Mike Schluter leads this one.
Yeah, this is going to be enough. It takes it nicely under a minute, and at 30 seconds a shot.
Yeah, it's going to be just about it.
And not being funny, but look, he's got a stripe that's over the side pocket as well. So this is going to be the end of the match. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be 13-0 Action Central.
That's a big swing.
It is big. Huge.
And he's going to just pot a couple of balls.
Just let out some air there. Oof. A few sigh of relief. It's everything that they wanted there, Action Central. And Mike Schluter is going to deliver 6 points for Action Central from St. Louis.
And it's going to be Mike Schluter, 1-0, to grab some points for his team and bring them one step closer to that $100,000. And there you go, Action Central giving it to their boy. Nice job, Mike. We'll be right back with more 8-ball finals action.
Mike Schluter with the win for Action Central in match number 2 of the 8-ball finals.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
Well, we're 2 matches into this big final, and Action Central are taking a little bit of control here. They have won both the opening matches, and they're up to 13 points on the board. We watched that together again, Johnny, and that got very tense. Each rack was very, 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 very tense. But that final moment there for Mike to get the win in that it stopped it being a draw and gave them 6 points. It's such a big difference, that rack. Having sight of that 8 ball when he shouldn't have been given an opportunity was everything.
That's exactly right. We were talking about it, and I said, you know, if he'd have played safe, kept staying safe, and keep him off that rack, that's going to give him a lot better chance. So he ended up making that one ball, and I mean, it really gave him a big boost.
With the 8 ball being pretty hidden away, there was an opportunity there. It then comes down to decision making. It was pretty easy to keep him hooked and keep him in trouble.
That's right.
But are you going to give yourself an opportunity to win the rack? Do you accept the fact of draw and just stay where you are at 7-0 down, or do you try and push for the win? Ultimately, wrong shot or poor execution, whichever way you look at it, has cost them, and they're now in a big hole.
That's exactly right. I mean, you have to choose one, like you said.
Yeah.
And at the end, you know, he made the 8 and he kept going, and that really gave his team a big chance right here.
Yeah, and interesting decisions are going to have to be made now. We're at a point where, you know, the 8 runners are going to have to really turn it around and try and get back into this one. And what I think is interesting is I think we all knew that 8 runners southbound were going to put out their high-speed player because they need someone that's going to try and get some momentum going. But Action Central have done the same thing. So we've got high speed versus high speed here, and it's a fairly even match. So this one could be critical, because if Action Central take this one as well, you feel like, is there going to be any turning around in this one?
I tell you what, like you said, Action Central's up 13-0 here.
Yeah.
They're matching the other top speed, because they knew that the other team has to put out their top speed, so they matched it with their top speed. So now they're kind of really hoping to kind of go even here.
Yeah.
And if somehow they squeak out a win, it's going to be very big hill to climb there for the other team.
The 5 bonus points in this one could be absolutely massive.
Sure.
Of course, if 8 runners southbound can get a decent win, you know, get a 3 or 4 rack win, then all of a sudden we're games on as we go into the final 2 games, all to play for. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Johnny's thoroughly enjoying this. I hope you are at home. It's absolutely just edge of the seat kind of stuff. And as we get deeper and deeper into this match, we're going to get closer and closer to a team winning the big jackpot and being our first ever national champions. Let's send it back to commentary and get our next match on.
Right, thank you very much, Simon. And I'll tell you what, I have got a fantastic guest in the commentary box with me right now. The league operator for the team that's leading at the moment, Brett Snowden.
How are we doing, Tony?
Oh, very well. How are you doing? You must be absolutely bursting with excitement at the moment.
I am ecstatic right now. I was a nervous wreck earlier for sure.
I saw you pacing around outside. That's when you were in the semi-finals, weren't you?
Yeah.
And you said, I can't go in and watch anymore.
Yeah, we were down 16-2 after the first 2, and made a great comeback. Won the last 3 matches to get here.
Right, so now you're in here. Nobody can hear you. What's the plan out there now? You know, any secrets? We won't tell anybody.
Well, this team knows what they're doing. They've been with me from the beginning, all the way from the test session up. Charlie's one of the smartest team captains in my league. They've been pretty much controlling it from the beginning. Pretty much from here, they're going to be working the matchups and trying to control the clock.
Right.
Just, you know, a draw is a win in this situation. LTE is probably the best player.
He's called Tony, isn't he?
Tony's his legal, but he goes by LTE,
Yeah, I came and met him over there when you were just before you won your semi-final, and he came and said, "Hey, Tony." So we're 2 Tonys.
yeah, he's a great dude. Always laughing.
Yeah, he's a bubbly guy by the looks of him. But this is all going to plan at the moment, Brett.
Yeah. So far.
We're going to hear a little bit from Stephen Jameson. He's just talking with the last winner. So we're going to have a pop across to that as we will watch this match, but we will hear from Stephen Jameson.
Welcome back in, everybody. I've got Mike Schluter alongside me. First of all, Mike, congratulations. That's worth pointing out. I'll ask you the same question I asked Dave when he came in here. You've had a little bit less time. How's the heart rate right now?
It's still pumping pretty high. It is.
What can you describe for those who may never experience what that's quite like? Can you describe what it's like to be out there under that kind of environment and pressure?
You know, after my first foul and the first few misses, I just calmed down and forgot the cameras were here and forgot Justin Bergen was sitting there watching, so just relaxed and shot pool.
And you did pretty well in the end, ultimately. You did what you had to do for your team, which was the most important thing. We had David here earlier, and he said everyone on this team has pulled their weight this week. Everyone's done what they needed to do as a team. And all of a sudden, you're 13 points up in the grand final. You're one step closer.
Feels good. It feels good. We got a lot of great teammates, and just happy to be here. It's a great format. It really is, and I appreciate you guys putting it on.
Well, we appreciate having you here, of course. Slightly different for you guys coming up in this match. We've got LT Blackwood out there, who starts off -1. So all of a sudden, you guys have to do the chasing. Is he going to be all right?
LT is a beast, man. We're fine with him at the table.
And in terms of this week, you're coming towards the end of it now, I know. Whatever happens, win or lose in this grand final, how much have you enjoyed your week, Mike?
It's been a blast. I can't wait for next year.
That's what we like to hear. We're going to let you join your teammates. Congratulations on a brilliant performance.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I love this format. Thank you.
We loved having you, Mike. Best of luck.
Yeah, great to hear from Mike there, Brett. So what do you think about his performance? He really held in there well, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he did exactly what he needed his team for him to do. You know, like I said, a draw is a win in this situation, being up. And he got an extra point on the board for him, just building that cushion a little bit. But like I said, these guys know how to work this format. Like I said, they won the 8 and the 10 ball qualifier for my area. They've been one of the top teams since the beginning. They've done a really good job with this format. Like I said, they've been a part of this since the test session, so they've been with us the whole way through all the changes and everything. And you know, they've been part of the growing pains, and you know, they've learned, they've adapted, they've really got this format down. But yeah, like I said, they've been rock solid from day one, and they've really grinded this tournament. They've been down in several matches. I'm honestly super proud of them for being here. It's honestly like just surreal. This moment is. Just
because the thing with these team matches, and you've had to play through a lot of games as well. There's always going to be ups and there's going to be some downs. And it's how you cope with those downs and get back up as a team and do it together. And I saw that over there because I didn't, like I said, when I came over and watched you playing that semi-final, and there was some nervous times over there right at the death, and you did get the job done very well indeed.
Yeah, we looked pretty shaky at the start. The other team looked like the comfortable one, but like I said, they've banded together all week. You know, one teammate goes down, the other ones are picking them back up. So, like I said, I'm just super proud of them. This is all credit to them. They put in the work. You know, they've made the format work for them. You know, so like I said, I'm just proud of them.
Yeah. Well, Ronnie Jones here has carved himself out an opportunity against LT. A little bit fortunate to land where he did, but he's going to take full advantage of the situation. It's going to be LT in a little bit of strife early doors, but because of the player he is, he's got plenty of time to pull this back.
Oh yeah, he's I wouldn't say he's still the favorite, but he's in the comfortable spot. So
when Mike was playing earlier, and you're allowed that one coach when you're below a 450. You're allowed that when you call it extension, have the coach come out. When he came out, you know, when he had the 8 ball, was he asking? Because we couldn't quite see. Was it glued to the 14?
I'm trying to remember which one that was.
It was up into the top left. So Mike had to make the 8 ball, and he didn't make it.
I think it might have been, but from sitting from the side where I was, you could see that the 8 ball was up enough where he could just hit it in.
And then the last time he called him out, let's run the clock down. I mean, which is exactly what you should do in that situation. Make sure of the win, get the 6 points on the board, 13-0. So now it's about, if you can get LT to just even get a tie here, that's like a win for you, really. You know, just keep those 13 ahead, and then there's only 2 matches to go. So really the pressure is all on the 8 ball runners.
Yeah, I feel like it is, you know. They built this good lead, and, you know, they're going to try to do their best to keep it.
I think he just noticed. That was, I'll tell you what. And the referee would spot it. I'm telling you, don't worry about that.
Yeah, it's not Daryl out there. I can't remember this ref's name, but yeah, he's on top of it.
Yeah, it's, I don't know who's out there actually. I know Darrell's did the last one, didn't he? So it's either Mark Goff or Dean Winter. We'll see in a sec. There it is Darrell.
Oh.
It is Darrell. Looking stern.
Those sparkly shoes.
Oh, they're incredible, aren't they? I don't want any though. There they are. They're
No, you can keep them.
In full vision. Look at those. Yep, soon be Christmas. Right, so Ronnie Jones at the table, and all he wants to do is stay there and keep LT sat over there in that lovely Brunswick seat. They're playing on this lovely Brunswick Tournament Elite table as well.
Yep, these tables.
So this is the thing, because your guys would have played out there obviously all week. I think one of your guys might have been out here and played. Did he play in the game against the USA Juniors?
No, wasn't for my team. We did the league showdown.
That was it.
Yep.
I was trying to say, because I've seen some of the guys that have been out there before.
Yep.
And I couldn't remember when, because obviously we've had that many events and we've been here 5 days.
Yep. No, we lost to Chase's team, KC.
Right.
Had chances, they just didn't take advantage.
Chase Dunford, of course.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I do remember that.
Before he went a tear in the 10-ball final. Oh my gosh, that was incredible.
Wow.
Great shot.
Well, it's been pretty impressive from Ronnie Jones.
I actually know a couple of these players from the Springfield team. That's kind of where I grew up.
I was going to say, because you're both from the same state anyway, so.
Yeah, but like this is closer to home for me. I'm from Arkansas originally, and they're, like I said, they're a little closer. But so, like I said, I knew Ronnie and a couple of these other guys.
So that's an advantage, because you know how good they are. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's been almost 10 years since I lived down there.
Okay.
So, you know, lots of players are going to get better or worse between now and then. But it's just, like I said, this moment is just kind of surreal. You know, having 2 Missouri teams in the finals.
Then the very first one.
Yeah, the very first one.
I mean, it's history making, Brett.
Yep, absolutely.
So you've enjoyed your week as well. I know you've got nervous times to come, but
oh yeah,
you've enjoyed playing in. And
I think this has been more nerve-wracking watching than playing myself.
Always is.
Just because I have no control. It's all on them.
I completely get it.
But they've handled it well.
And Ronnie Jones is going on a bit of a tear up here.
Yep. He's playing good.
But there's still over 22 minutes left of this match. So we will be playing the full 30 minutes.
I think this is on a break and run here.
It is.
I wasn't paying super close attention, but yeah.
Nothing LT could do about that. Ronnie Jones there, digging up with his team. Got himself a bit of a healthy lead. There is LT Blackwood. Looks relaxed. Nothing you can do. That's just part and parcel of the game. People are going to break and run.
Yep.
But he will have the emergency lights flashing a little bit. And this is what they are playing for. The 8-ball league payouts. The champion takes away, and it could be your team, Brett.
I'm hoping it is.
$100,000. You're already guaranteed $50,000, whatever happens. Now you see the semi-finalists got $20,000, last 8, 10, and even the last 12 got $5,000 at $100,000 for winning that pool match.
Yep, it's crazy.
How does it sound? It sounds great fun if you can.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it's all going to them. I mean, I'm not.
No,
so
I know.
I'm really happy for them.
Would there be a bit of a party? I'll take it tonight.
I'm sure they will be. I am sure that they will be. You know, they like to throw a few back, and they've been really good this week, focusing on the matches and taking this extremely seriously. You know, as anybody should. You know, there's a lot of 100,000 on the line. So.
Yeah, but with the handicapper system, I mean, it is anybody's.
Yeah.
You know, and it goes down on the breaks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you get the breaks, you know, run a few racks here and there. You know, it is anybody's. Anybody could be in this position that plays in the Ultimate Pool Leagues.
Yeah, their last 2 matches, I believe, so the final 8 on, came down to like the final match.
Yeah, because you were a long way behind in that semi-final, weren't you?
Yeah, we were down, like I said, 16-2 after the first 2 matches, and then they went through Ashley Benoit and Kevin Guimon's team.
Oh wow!
We got a couple good rolls when we needed them, and we ended up squeaking that one out by
there's some big guns
points
there playing. Yeah.
So that was a nail biter this morning.
Yeah, I bet. We're talking about shootout players there that play at the very top.
Yep. Another great shot there from Ronnie.
Ronnie Jones has been a one-man wrecking machine out there so far.
It's making these pockets look like they're normal.
LT's not got to the table hardly, has he? You know, it's not as if he's been out there and missing shots all over the place. He's just not getting there. Ronnie Jones is keeping him well sat in his chair.
Yeah, I think that was another dry break.
Well, he's landed a bit funny here. He's going to have to probably play a bank here with a 14. Don't think he can get up to anything at the top.
No, that 3 should help him out holding for the 9. Or if he wants to play the 12 from there too. Get that out of the way.
Well, he held on a 3 like you said, Brett, but did miss the bank. So now LT needs to get the engine started.
Yep. 4 is a problem. Well, I guess he could play the 2 in the corner and then the 4 all the way down. But
Mike Schluter said he was a beast.
he can be. Oh man, he opened up. I think it was yesterday. His first match, he won like 9-0.
Really?
He was like, he was talking about it. He's like, that's the best I've ever played. I told him, whatever you did this morning, do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it. So the 4 ball's the sticky one here for LT. Can he play it off the 2, or is he going to play the 1 and try and kick it out?
Or just move it right into perfect position.
Well, he didn't mess about with that, did he?
No. I say perfect. It kind of got a little funny there. It looked like he was going to track good.
Yeah, I'm just looking now. I think he can still make the 4 ball.
Yep. I think so. Leave for the 7, probably.
Yeah, that's fine. And it's a friendly bump.
Yep.
So now he's done very well here, LT, to open all these balls up. The solids are looking great. These 3 in this 8 ball and get himself back onto 0. Onto 0. Get to just 2 behind, and still plenty of time on this match clock as well.
Yep.
Not only that, it sends a little statement and a message over to Ronnie as well, especially if you take out a good finish like this. You know, it's like, hey buddy, your job's not done yet. I'm still here fighting.
Yep. He's the type of player, he's not going to give up either.
No, well, he's handled these very well. What's more, he doesn't mess about, does he? Well played indeed. And Action Central get that rack on the board. Just 2 behind now, LT Blackwood. Yeah, Ronnie Jones, okay.
I guess I give a little shout out to Doug Burnett, the league operator at Springfield down here.
Okay.
For the other team.
Yeah.
I think he had some other responsibility. He couldn't stay the whole event. So.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But proud of his team, too.
Yep. So he'll be watching somewhere.
Yep. He already said congratulations to us for making it. So I'd like to send it out to him as well.
Yeah, and rightly so. Yeah, incredible. These 2 teams from the same state into this grand final. It's massive. $100,000 pool match. Who'd have thought that when you set off in the league early this season?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is Midwest Pool. This is what we do. This is Bar Box 8 ball. You know.
Yeah.
We had 3 teams in the Final 4 of the 10 ball. So.
Yeah,
3
that's awesome
three
as well.
teams. Yep. So. we've been representing this week.
Oh, unbelievable! But you've got some great. I mean, you've also got some really good top players as well. I mean, Justin Birdman. Let's shout out to him. He's one of the best of the best.
Yep. And he's actually a league partner with me now.
We just said that on TV earlier. To be fair, yeah. And that's a big statement to have somebody of his stature that believes in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to put his name behind it, because that's no mean feat. And he's a great ambassador as well for the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad he's back in the scene. American Pool has really needed him the last, whatever years it was, post COVID and all that. It's just good to see him out.
Yeah.
And playing again and
playing well.
Yeah, playing well. I mean, I don't think that ever stopped. He was playing maybe not up to his standards, but for us mortals.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty good.
That semi-final shootout, him and Rodney Morris, all those breaking runs, 10 in a row they had between them. Rodney Morris then breaking dry and Justin taking him out, winning that match. And then, unfortunately for Justin, he got to the final and they started off for him and Craig Waddingham in the same vein, breaking and running. And then Justin Birdman did have 2 dry breaks in a row, and that ultimately cost him the title. But I'm trying to think how many pots he's probably missed. And all the matches he's played out on the TV this week, and it will be, you could count them on one hand, if 2 or 3. I mean, that's madness for all the racks he's played out there.
Yeah, especially these tight pockets on this table.
They are.
This is tighter than anything we've seen on the shootout table.
Like I say, because you've moved out from the outside arena to come onto this, and there's been a couple of balls rattled as well from the players, and that's basically because they are smaller pockets.
Yeah, I think they said 4 1/4 on these.
That's it. Yeah.
So, I mean, the league players are not used to playing on that. I think Rail Yard is probably the only place I know for sure that their tables are tighter.
Yeah.
So I mean, most league players are not accustomed to that. So it is kind of interesting to see how everybody's making the adjustments.
Well, he tried to shift the 5 ball there, but he's left himself hooked behind these 2 stripes. So Ronnie, barring some miracle shot, is going to let LT have a look at these balls and those stripes, and they're looking in a good position. And try and kick this 5 ball up into the top left corner. Not going to go. LT will be out of his chair. Here he comes.
I don't know what he's got to look at here, really, though.
Yeah, it's not a bad lead from Ronnie.
No.
Could he sneak off that ball and try and get behind a 50? Oh, it's dodgy because if you clip it, you can scratch in the corner.
Yep. I mean, he's going to have to hit a really tight window, too, to even have a shot, maybe like the 10-9 combo after that. I think he's just, rolling, playing safe. Great shot.
Oh, super shot there from LT Blackwood. And I was worried about it because I said it's so dangerous to scratch down there.
Yeah.
Calm and cool. LT Blackwood, because he knows there's no rush. He's thinking, right, okay, get this rack on the board. That's the main thing. Get it. Forget, I need to run 2 and I need to run 3. Get this one behind, and we're still in with 40. We're only just over halfway through this match.
Yeah, it's been interesting for me. So they're letting the league operators play this season.
Yeah.
For the first time, and so we're team captaining, trying to get new teams going and everything. So it's been
it's a big job being a league operator, isn't it?
It is. A lot of people don't realize how much time and effort goes into it. I feel like I don't get a day off anymore between my day job and this.
You must be constantly getting emails and texts and
messages and talking to owners and players, and but it's great. I love it.
I think to do that job, you've got to love it, because a lot of the time it's not your own.
Oh.
Well, that couldn't be any softer than the expression on LT's face. He said, whoa.
That's pocket speed. Oh, what's he
you
done
need to
here?
catch it a bit thicker than that, and Ronnie's having a look. I don't think he can get. Well,
no, I think he's going to have to kick at it.
yeah, I do as well.
It's hard to tell on the screen.
Well, I think the speed that LT plays at, he'd have already played it by now if he could get through to it.
He might be able to. Looking at the overhead, it's pretty thin.
I think the kick.
Yeah.
Wow. He left nothing. He left it all out there with that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Left nothing in his chair.
LT's got a power stroke on him for
Yeah.
sure. I saw that in the league showdown too.
Right, yeah. So this is big for Ronnie Jones. He gets these.
Yeah, I'd say he's a favorite to get out here.
So what does it come then? When you get to a certain point, does it become a bit of damage limitation?
Essentially, yeah, you're just trying to work say we get to 8 minutes here and he's down 3, he's going to try to get whatever game he can get and just limit the other guy's ability to be at the table. And that's what I was going to get to, oh my goodness, what is
wow. I'll tell you what, that could be a huge let-off here.
Yep. But going from an operator to a player, captain in a team and everything,
Yeah.
Learning how to do your matchups and that side of it has been a challenge, really. So I really commend Charlie for like I said, the way he runs his team, because he's got it down really well, and he's been managing it all week. So, like I said, it's not as easy as you would think it would be, because you try to play even, and then your guy gets waxed, so then you try to play a higher player versus a lower player to try to catch up, and you're giving up a big bunch of weight. So it's difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy in that, isn't it? And deciding when to play your players, and do you hold some back because of certain situations?
Yeah.
If they handle the pressure differently, and
yeah, they've done a really good job this week. I would say, not to give Charlie secrets away, but they've been trying to build a lead early, or get the lower players out and see what happens. Yeah, exactly.
And it's worked so far tonight.
Yeah. And then just kind of roll your dice with your higher players and see if they can come with it.
So they won't know your secret as long as they're not listening to the broadcast out there. I think you're safe. I think they've got their eyes firmly on the prize on the match here. But what a chance here for LT to get to within 1. We're still going to have just shy of 10 minutes.
And I think it's going to be Ronnie's break too.
Well, that's an important rack there, really was. And that was thrown away by Ronnie. Hooked himself on the 8 ball.
Or on the 4 ball, yep. Oh,
yeah, sorry, hold behind the 8 ball, yeah.
Yep, sorry.
Just before I go and hang myself over there.
No, don't need to do that.
No, I won't. So he's got to be feeling a lot happier now, and there he is.
As you saw with Kenny Vaughn on the back of his shirt there,
right?
That's the pool room owner back home. So Kenny's Bar and Grill, give them a little shout out.
Kenny's Bar and Grill, where is it?
We're in Barnhart, Missouri.
Missouri, yeah, there you go.
Just south of St. Louis.
There could be a big party down there as well.
Oh, I'm sure when we get back, we're gonna have us a pretty good little shindig.
I wouldn't blame you either. I'd love to be a part of that. any sort of shindig is good by my reckoning. So Ronnie Jones, now he sat there thinking, what did I go and do there? He had that match really at his mercy to get 3 up, and it's such a big swing because it is 2.
Yeah.
It's 1 rack, but it's a swing of 2.
Yep. Well, and it's LT's break now too, so it kind of puts LT back in control a little bit.
He's made a ball,
especially with the ball down. Because he could even this match up, and then, like I said, a draw is a win in this situation. Yeah. So, those 5 points are huge,
massive. I mean, effectively, if he could win this rack quickly, and then just go and win the next one, he can actually come out and bring 6 points home still.
Yeah. Or like you said,
more than 6 points, but
yeah. And it's, like you said, you damage control. If, like I said, if he can break even here, that's a win in our book.
Absolutely.
Keeping points off the
got
board.
a little combination shot here with the 4, 11 and 2.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much dead in there. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the 7 and 3 both pass as well. 8 balls on its own up at the top of the table. This is a really big chance for LT to pull this match level.
Good shot.
No, he's just coming around to look at the angle he wants to leave on the 4. That'll be his ball, because he wants to be able to pop the 4 in the side pocket, draw the cue ball up onto that side rail and leave himself the 8 ball into that top left corner. That's good. He can actually just run up, actually.
Yeah.
He could roll this up and bump into the 12 ball, or he doesn't want to go behind there. Oh. Kick shot, but that's essentially, I think, when I initially looked at it, is to draw the cue ball over there, because there's no traffic of stripes.
Yeah.
Is he going twice across?
No, just...
Yeah, that was a big chance there, and he knows it. Sort of trudges back to his seat. Ronnie Jones will be playing a safety down here, probably play maybe off the 13, bring the cue ball down onto the bottom rail. He might try and make the 13 and then push the 14 over. There's so many different ways he can play safe.
Thinking about it, I think the majority of the teams that have been in this in the money have been there from the beginning.
Yeah.
So experience in this league speaks dividends. Like I said, learning your matchups and how to work the clock and all that. So like I said, these guys know what they're doing. They've been doing it for a year and a half now.
Yeah. So you'll be one of the original leagues, won't you?
Yep. I was one of the originals.
Yeah, good on you. So, when did you first hear about it? And probably obviously with Scott Ryan and Jordan Chavous. Scott would have been.
Like I said, I started playing around Springfield area, and so I met Jeremy then. And when he got involved, he kind of reached out to me because I ran tournaments and stuff up in my area, and he said that he liked my integrity and the things that I was doing, and so that's the type of people that they wanted on board.
Yeah, because you've got Jeremy Hundley, Nate Kane, and Holly, and all of those as well.
Yeah, so
Kansas City.
He was kind of my in. He reached out to me, and it just kind of went from there. So I'm glad I got in when I did. This is going to be huge, and I hope it is.
Yeah.
We're doing as much as we can to grow the sport and American pool. But just the format alone,
heart in mouth time there.
This format is everything, or has rectified everything that I disliked about American 8-ball. It's a standard rule set. It's an offensive league. You're not just tic-tacking balls around, taking intentional fouls, just tying stuff up. It's fast-paced. It keeps the game moving.
Well, this is the thing where I was talking to a couple of guys from Alabama yesterday, and they're going to start 2 leagues over there as well. And one of the guys said, he said, my wife plays. He said, in a league, he said, doesn't get home till 1:30 in the morning because of the way it's laid out. He said, this is brilliant. He said, and we want to do it because you know where you are, you know your times of your matches, you can come out, play in your pool league, you're going to get home at a certain time, especially if you've got to work the next day and all of that. And it was great to hear and have a chat with some of these guys.
Yeah, we start usually about 7:30, and then we're out of there by 10:30, 11 o'clock most nights.
That's perfect, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So you just come in, get your matches in, and go home. And
you know where you stand every night, don't you? There's no surprises.
Yeah.
With time and because things can just drag out all night, and then that's when it stops becoming fun.
Yeah. We play out of a place on Monday nights, and they have APA and everything in there too. And we're just kind of like, we'll see you guys next week.
Yeah,
they're still there for another 2 hours, but I mean, I guess that is kind of a, I wouldn't say a complaint I've had from like the room owners. Like, hey, how can we keep the players here a little longer? And I'm like, yeah, we can definitely discuss that.
Yeah, have a I don't know, a little food break for half an hour.
Something, I'm sure there's something we can do.
Do a raffle.
Yeah, and I told him, I was like, double jeopardy is perfect. If you want to keep them here longer, we can play 2 matches.
Yeah.
So with the 10-ball format too. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, Ronnie Jones, a sigh of relief there. LT did have a really good chance to pull that level. He's now got his 2-rack cushion back, leading 3-1. So if it stayed like that, 8-ball runners would get 8 points and you would get 1.
Yep. So
it'd be 14-8 to Action Central. But there's still a bit of time. So there's a whole point here to play for. I don't think we're going to get more than 1 rack. Well, there's only about 4 minutes left.
I've seen LT run out.
There's Stephen Wyatt skiving again.
I've seen LT run out in about a minute. So I think is it Ronnie's break? I think it's Ronnie's break at this point.
Yeah, I mean it's obviously feasible when you see.
Now on these tight pockets, I don't know.
You need to split to go your way. You need to break in pot like 3 or 4 balls to be handy, and then everything just sat in the middle of the table. You can just go, you just ping them in seconds. But like you say, it's Ronnie's break. He makes a ball. He's going to start killing the clock because that's going to be the tactic.
Yeah, he's going to reverse the plan here on us, which he should. That's what he's supposed to do. So
well, it's been all the players that have been getting a start that have been successful so far. So the players that have been on the negative have not got over the line.
No, it's difficult. It is difficult as the higher player, giving up the weight. But something I tell people is a lot of times it comes down to the last rack, which tells me the handicaps are where they're supposed to be. If it's coming down to the last game and the final minutes, then that's how it's supposed to be.
Absolutely.
Now, if someone's just getting killed, then it could be an off game. Things could be just going their way, but more times than not, it's within a game or 2.
Jones going to choose the solids. There we are, the extension.
Now, obviously, if your team is dropping multiple matches in a night, you're going to lose pretty big. But those 5 points add up quick.
Yeah, they do. Well, this is going to bring the 8-ball runners back towards you. You feel now, but you're still going to hold on to a 5-6 point lead. If you could pinch this rack, that's what you want. Just pinch this one back and just, like you say, damage limitation. Just the 1 rack could be so important when it comes to the end of the night.
Yep. I mean, that 6 point difference is huge because if you draw, you don't get the 5 points. Anything within 5 points, so pretty much if you win the match, you're guaranteed at least 6 points. So at that point, you're shooting for a draw or something like that. It's tough.
But it also gives you a bit of hope if you are trailing behind like you were today. Right, okay, if we can get 2 really good matches back to back, we can drag that a whole lot back. Get ourselves back in front.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. They
Which
won.
keeps it exciting.
Yeah, they won, I think, 3-1 and 4-1, and that's how we got back in it.
Yeah. That's huge. It's a huge swing.
Ronnie's playing pretty good right now.
Yeah, he's been very solid. Played one bit of a dodgy shot when he hooked himself behind the 8-ball on the 4. But apart from that, he's been pretty good. LT's had a great opportunity in the last rack. He should have probably didn't, but that's the beauty of the game. It's never over. Hello. What's he done here?
Oh,
wow.
No, wow.
That will be the rack to Action Central and LT Blackwood. Scratch the 8 into the bottom left-hand corner. And Jones looks mortified by what happened there.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Listen, and yeah, but what you said about LT being able to run racks is there's a minute 24, I think, still left on the clock. Another look. Don't know why he wanted to really power that in, but if he just rolls that in okay, he might not get great position on the 4, but
I think he was trying to draw through the 8.
Yeah.
Like catch the underside
dangerous
of it.
shot, as it's just proved, but yeah, he went smiling his win that way in, were you, Brett?
No, not at all.
No, he wasn't. Oh, trust me. So there you go. Look, 3-2 in favour of Ronnie Jones, but LT has a slight chance. There you go. 1 minute 21 we got left on the clock. Can LT Blackwood pick Ronnie Jones's pocket and steal all those points that they thought they were going to rack up? So you know you're at least on 15 points now. Is he going to make the ball? That 5 ball, is he going to come in?
Nope, it's going to hang.
Disappointment for LT. Gets back to his chair. So it's important now Ronnie Jones just keeps LT away from the table. Take what you've got. Cash your chips in now and just...
Yep. Yeah, all he's got to do here is make 1 ball and he can call his extension and that's going to be it. But
well, that will make...
I don't know if he's really got a shot on anything here except for maybe the 15.
But it will make it the score. If it stays like this, which we think it will, it'll be Action Central 15, 8-ball runners, southbound 8. So you'll still have a 5-point cushion, but that's nothing in the grand scheme of things, isn't it?
One match could flip that instantly, you know. Or they could tie it up.
But that could be a big rack come the end of the night.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Might be the difference between 50,000 and 100,000.
Yeah. It's a...
And like you say, Brett, he is going to run this clock down now as Ronnie looks upon it. And Ronnie Jones is going to win this match by 3-2. As he's going to just hit the 10 anyway for a bit of fun.
Yep.
Guys, shake hands. 3-2 in favour of Ronnie Jones. The score line now, as you can see, is now Action Central 15, 8-ball runners southbound 8. All to play for. When we come back, we should have a chat with Simon Webb, and there's all the match still left to come. Someone's going to walk away with 100 grand tonight. Don't go away.
Well, welcome back. Simon Webber, Johnny Archer still with you. And Johnny, it's a It's a victory that was very much needed for 8 runners southbound, but you feel like that could have been so much more. You know, Ronnie Jones was in front, and making the 8 out of turn kind of just changes the dynamics of what could have been a really positive result to being just an okay result.
Right, yeah, you know, that's you and I were talking about that, and that extra couple points that could have been needed is going to come into play at the end.
Yeah.
Hopefully it don't cost them as much, but I'd hate for it to come down to that, and then that be the decider.
Every single rack counts, every single point counts on that board, and it was 13-0, it's now 15-8, but that could have been 14-8 or even 14-9, which is quite a big difference, and you know, 8 runners southbound are still in a position where they're going to really need to take match 4 to take this deep into match 5. If they don't take this one, they're in a world of trouble.
Yes, you know, even with the mathematics of it, it could be done.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, if they don't win this match right here, it's going to be really an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, if they lose the match, they're going to be a long way behind, almost to the point where they won't be able to be caught. You know, if they get a tie, still just about doable. But if they take the win, then it's basically going to come down to the last match of the night. We'll take the title. So it's all to play for still.
Sure. It's you know, at least they did make a comeback.
Yeah.
You know, because like I said, if that one ended up in a tie there, and they were still 15, 13 points behind like they were before, you know, it's looking very bleak. But they did make a comeback right there.
They did what they needed to do. They at least got themselves going. Maybe the momentum's now turning and on their side. You know, if you break it down and say, well, win the next 2 matches, that probably will be enough.
Yes.
So, you know, it's all to play for out there. It looks like the squads have picked their next players to go out there. We've got 2 more matches to come here, and it is all to play for still. You feel like this one could go all the way down to the wire. Let's send it back to our commentary crew and get match 4 on the way.
Absolutely, Simon, and I 100% agree. This could go down to the wire. The good news is we are here to cover all of the action, and when I say we, I mean myself, Stephen Wyatt, and the wonderful Mr. Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash. Mike, we're getting down to the wire. There's a lot of money here.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This man looks familiar. Can you tell me why he looks familiar, Stephen?
Well, the reason he looks familiar is because he was just in this arena just a few matches ago and won the NSL C&D division title. He is already an inaugural title holder here in Ultimate Pool League.
So, Robert Conrad wins a singles event, and now his team's in the running for a $100,000 prize. I mean, is this guy going to retire?
Look, if he doesn't go out to that slot machine out there and put $100 in and just hit max bet, he's doing it wrong.
Honestly, Stephen, I would never go into a casino room and bet anything. I wouldn't go anywhere and bet if I won $100,000 with my team and I just won the singles event. I mean, you already won.
Yeah, no, you're 100% true. I mean,
I might go buy a round of drinks for my friends and the teammates and all, but
yeah, I think we can all agree that, you know, no matter the skill involved, it does take a little bit of luck to end up in the situation that we're in, right? And you know, my point being, Robert has done very well this weekend. He's going to walk away with a wad of cash either way. You know, we got to remember, there's a lot of money on the line for the finalists, but the runner-up, they also get $50,000.
Yeah, that's not chump change.
No, what other league pays $50,000 for second? None.
Well, none of them pay even $50 for first, Stephen. and you know, it's like it's kind of comical. You know, like a first year, you know, new entity in the States can deliver something like this right off the rip. Just kind of goes to show you what you can accomplish if you put the players first.
For the players, that's the motto, and you've been there. You've been around the conversations.
Not sure if you knew this, but the Ship to Cash wording has been like this for quite some time, which is why I kind of connected with Ultimate Pool. For the players, by the players, and that's exactly what this is. You know, it's really all about the players and giving them what they deserve.
You know, I made a comment earlier when they put the payouts up on the screen, and you can attest to this because you've been in that conversation. And I gotta say, you know, there's just so much on the line. But I'm getting word. I believe we're going to have a...
Yeah, it looked like we were going to get some wording on the sidelines there from maybe Mr. Stephen Jameson. I think they're gearing up to give us some sideline insight.
Oh, maybe a conversation with the winner of our last match. That'd be fantastic. And we'll keep you updated on that. But, you know, it's just pretty wild to see people in this situation for $50,000. You've been in the conversation. You know, this money is only going to get bigger.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just like, it's not even close. No. Stephen, it's not even close. Not even close.
And it's not going to be.
Yeah, it's not going to be. I mean, it's really just a no contest type of situation. And right now, Jamie Hess has a really nice opportunity to put a point up and try to extend Action Central's chances at that 100,000. I mean, I'm not familiar with Jamie. And remind me again, Stephen, where's Action Central from? They're Missouri?
So Action Central is going to be from the St. Louis, Missouri area. Actually, while you were on break, we actually had Ultimate Pool League operator Brett Snowden, who is the league operator for St. Louis, in here to talk, you know, over his team. He's watching his team compete for life-changing money. And, you know, already, congratulations to Brett Snowden. But I did just get the word. Here we are ready, and we are going to go to the sideline and check in with Stephen Jameson. Stephen, what you got for us?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Got Ronnie Jones next to me, part of this fantastic final. Ronnie, congratulations on the game you just played, first of all, because your team was in a little bit of a hole there, and you had to come up and put some points on the board, and that's exactly what you've done. How pleased, first of all, with the win?
I'm so proud of myself. Yes, we were down. I was like, I got to get a win. Got to get us back in the game. So hopefully the players follow me. So get their spirit up. So.
Yeah, it was a much needed innings, if you like, from yourself. I wanted to ask, you played in the League Showdown a little bit earlier on this week, so you had a little taste of what the arena pool is like. Obviously very different stakes, we know that, but do you think that helped you settle in tonight?
Yes, I was extremely nervous during the area showdown. I did win several games, shot really good, but really nervous. Right now I wasn't nervous, so it definitely helped me being in the spotlight. It's a dream come true.
Yeah, and what is it like being out there? Because for a lot of league players, you know, this is not the ordinary. We've seen the likes of Justin Bergman and Shane Van Boening and everyone else out there in the arena all week. But for guys like yourself, league players, this is not exactly an ordinary scenario, right? So how did you find it out there?
No, I tell you, seeing Justin Bergman in the stands, I wanted to shoot good in front of him, you know. So yeah, it's awesome. I'm happy for myself and my players. You know, win or lose, it's been a great event.
Yeah, it absolutely has, and of course you're back in the hunt now. You're back in the game. 2 more games to play. We all know what's at stake, and you've got a national singles champion out next.
I got my national singles champion out there. We'll see what he does.
I'm going to let you get back, Ronnie. I know you've got a team to support. Best of luck for the rest of the match. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, J-Mo, and here we go. We are well into this match. Look at this. Here's a foul. Oh, no. Maybe not. It did catch the rail, so that's a good hit.
It's a trick shot.
It was a trick shot. Jamie Hess with an opportunity now. This is a 0-0 match. So this is all about getting up some racks on the board so you can get some points on the board for your team, for Robert Conrad. For Jamie Hess, a winning game here can really set the tone for the rest of this match in particular. So it's just a matter of time. We get to see what happens here as Jamie's going to talk it over with her coach and figure out what the plan of opportunity is here. Mike, what do you see in particular? What do you think about what we're seeing here?
I mean, in regards to the rack, I think it's really just a dogfight in this particular rack. You know, there's a lot of touchy shots, and we're not dealing with, you know, Tom Cousins and Shane Van Boening. It's really hard to predict how they're going to go about it, what shots they're favorable with, and, you know, their personal preferences. But I will say that both of these players are engaged in the match, and they're giving it their best. Can't really pick a favorite necessarily. I think they're playing kind of even, but you have to kind of lean at Robert Conrad just because, I mean, national singles champion in his respective zone. I mean, you kind of have to lean towards that. So, in my opinion, I think we might see the eight runner southbound close the gap on Action Central, and it might come down to that final matchup.
I couldn't agree with you more here. You know, experience goes a long way, and Robert Conrad has had 30 minutes of experience during that national singles finals. And Jamie Hess is probably feeling a little bit of pressure, not only because she's in the arena and there's a lot of people watching, like they just said, Justin Bergman sitting in the arena sweating it, but she also knows her opponent has that experience. And she's playing this the correct way. She's controlling the rack and trying to give herself an opportunity. And I absolutely love that for her.
And with the rule set that we have here, you really got to try to make something happen. And Robert Conrad finds a window between the 9-8. So responding well, but that 9 and the 4 tied up. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Stephen. In this particular scenario, we could burn a lot of time with this one single first rack. A lot of time.
Yeah, well, and you know, you look at the time clock there, 21:31. We already have. You know, we're almost a third of the way through. So this first rack is extremely important.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to say, whoever wins this first rack, heavy favorite, just because it's starting on even keel, so it's 0-0, no negatives to start. And again, we've burned about 9-10 minutes into the rack already. So, I mean, you know, Robert Conrad, he's got ball in hand here. So there's a chance he makes something happen. But, I mean, this is very, very awkward.
Yeah, you're spot on with everything you're saying. And, you know, sitting here watching this, you know, the first two matches were all about setting the tone. And the next two are about either getting the lead or maintaining the lead. This right here, this particular match, with the scoreline where it's at, this may be the most important match of this finals.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stephen. 4-ball did pass, and, you know, his coach helping him out there, Robert Conrad, sitting here with the 6 and the 8, 2 balls between him and the first point. And remember, there's only one matchup following this, so all of these players starting to feel this get very real. And let's see if Robert Conrad can continue to deliver his winning performance and put a point up for the 8 runners. Doesn't need to do anything fancy, just pocket the 8 ball. And he's done it.
You know, just looking ahead, Mike, as Robert Conrad takes that first rack, looking ahead, how would you react to being in that team chair and it being the 5th match and it coming down to that 5th match? How would you react to them, you know, your captain walking up and saying, "All right, Mike, it's your time to shine"?
Well, you know what? I'm not really sure. You know, I'm not sure how I would react there. But I will say this. You know, Tony and I mentioned it earlier. If you're already in the finals here, and if you lose, your team gets 50,000, I'm actually not going to feel nerves. I'm literally just going to go out there, do whatever I want, have a good time, and really just try to, you know, push my other teammates to feel the same way. Hey, guys, we made it here. Let's enjoy this.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. And as we see here with the information on the screen, if you're not familiar with the format, this is it. All teams consist of 5 playing members. One must be a max 450 up score, so you got to play a lower player. Can't have more than 2 above 600. Mike, you want to give us the rundown on the rest of what's going on here?
Well, I just got a chance to see the league format come up there, and I just kind of wanted to cover that just for some of the viewers that may not be familiar with it. And I myself still am not an expert in the league format, so I like having this information. Now remember, all teams consist of 5 playing members, so 5 players will compete, and one of them must be a maximum 450 up score and maximum 2 above 600. So that's the situation as far as points are concerned. That's what your roster can look like. 5 matches of 30 minutes, highest points total wins. 5-point win bonus per match. So you get +1 for each rack 1 above your handicap. No points are awarded if a player ends in 0 or below. So if you don't make it past that negative that you start at, if you're the higher player in the match, or you start at 0 and you don't get to a positive number, no points are awarded. The match ends at zeros on the game clock. So as soon as that time expires, that's when the match ends. And that's normal stuff for a lot of the formats here. The maximum of 20 points can be earned per match. And Stephen, I think you might be able to help me elaborate on how those 20 points can be earned.
Yeah, so actually, in my local league area, it became kind of almost a competition as to how many points you could possibly get. So obviously, you get a point for every rack. So essentially, if you can win 15 games in 30 minutes, you get 15 points, then you get 5 for the win. That is very difficult. However, I can say that I've, with my own eyes, seen 2 13 and 1 14-point match. That means that these guys are getting 8 games and one of them 9 games in 30 minutes with the added bonus points. That's a lot of games in 30 minutes. And those are obviously going to be your very high skill level players, your 600 plus, your 700 plus. But it's
and they got to be super fast too. You got to be able to, just drain these racks out.
Somebody like a Chase Stumful, who we talked about how quick he can be. I imagine that.
Yeah. What was his performance in the arena yesterday? I feel like he put up a lot of points.
He did. He actually put up more points outside the arena in another match. I saw him get 10 games. It was he started off -3, and he ended up with 10. His opponent won. So
he won 13-1.
He did win 13-1, but he only gets the points past 0. He got his 10 game points and then the 5 points there. So that's a 15-point match.
Yeah, that's just super talent right there, Chase Stumful. But it's really cool how you can have such a difference in the numbers that you can earn in a match. It's not going to keep it super close. You can really, climb back into a match. Your team can be down a bunch and, just have one of your top guys come in and really just tear through it and add a bunch of points there. Maximum 20 points per match.
You know what I really love about this format, Mike? It's the fact that to build a team, we're not telling you that you can't go over this point total or that you can't have a maximum of over this up score. We're not controlling who you can play. We simply have requirements, short requirements. 2 players max over 600. 1 player must be under 450. So it gives you this mold where you can build your team kind of how you want it. I've seen so many of my friends build teams and then players get better and all of a sudden, they're being told, hey, you guys can't play together. You're too high. We aren't going to do that. We want you to play with the friends. We want you to play with the teams that got you there.
Yeah, Stephen, that type of setup, that does not help the players.
No, it doesn't.
That's not a for the players type of setup there.
And we don't want a monopoly on players where you're constantly having to, find friends to play. We want you to play with your friends. We want new players too.
Yeah, get a group of friends, put a team together, and just play with them as long as you like.
Yeah. We're not begging you to go find the bartender from your local bar or the guy that's hanging outside the pool hall and begging them to play pool.
Hey, listen, we got a little better, so we're going to need you to do us a favor. Hey, you live in the box, right? Well, listen, we're going to pay you weekly. Just come show up and play some pool league, please.
Yeah, we're not asking that. We want you to be able to build a team that you feel like is competitive, but also you can have fun with. Pool League is about fun.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. And at the end of the day, we can have all the fun we want, and there's a point where it gets serious, like right here, where you're playing for $100,000. But if you can't have fun before you get there, why even play?
Yeah. I mean, it really is about just having a good time. And, it looks like we might see another dragged out match. Rack here, rack number 2. Remember, we had, I want to say it was about 12 minutes or so for the first game. And now we're in rack 2, and there's still a lot to do here. Not a lot of progression in that cluster there. So I mean, if I'm Robert Conrad, how do the points play out here? So he would, if this match ended with 1-0 score here, now he would get 5 points for winning, and then he would get an additional point for being up 1 game.
Correct.
So he would add 6.
If the match ended right here, the total point score would be 15-14.
Okay.
And I just want to say, so I'm gonna shout this out. My wife would just tell me I have my passion voice when I was just talking about what I was talking about. My voice gets a little higher, but and I only do that when I talk about something I'm passionate about. This league is so much built for the players and to just have fun. And I am passionate about it because I feel like America has needed this for so long. And I'm so excited to be here. You know, I've been here since day one, and I've gotten very fortunate to be able to be here since day one. And I know when you came on, you were very excited to be here. We had conversations in Boston, and me and you are very similar. We have this passion for pool, and we have this passion for building something that is better. And I think we've hit it on the head, and I know it'll get better as we go on. We're always going to improve, but man, what a ride this has been so far, Mike.
Yeah, it really is incredible. And I want to really direct us back to this match. These guys are really just having a dogfight in rack number 2, and I'm starting to see the landscape a little bit here, Stephen. So it looks as though if Robert Conrad can win this rack and go up 2-0 and finish the match right there, we would go into a final matchup tied up at 15. Am I wrong?
Yeah, if Robert wins this game, it's going to be 15-all, and then literally it can't not come down to just whoever wins the match unless they were to tie. If there was a large handicap involved where somebody started -3 or -4, they had to get those games back and the match ended 0-0, we would go to a 6-ball shootout. So there's several scenarios here that are in play, and we won't really know what that landscape looks like until after this match. This is a very, very important match.
That's unbelievable. I mean, I really don't know how the players would feel about that, but for the viewers, I think we'd like to see this match right here, this rack, end and tie us up and make it go to a decider. I mean, I'm not rooting for either team by any means, but I mean, for entertainment purposes, I'd like to see it go 15-15 and let these guys duke it out in the final match.
Yeah.
Do we know who's in the lineup? Like, who would come up next? Who's our next players?
So we do have a roster. Unfortunately, we don't really know because teams can have up to 8 players. They don't have to have just 5.
So they could pick any of their players.
Yeah. So they're going to have potentially 4 players that they can choose from if they have a full lineup. And 4 players, it could be anything ranging from an absolute beginner player to a monster player to somewhere in between. We just don't know.
And as we're talking, Robert Conrad comes with a great shot into that top corner, and the 9-ball's still tied up. Doesn't really have an option to pocket this ball, but I mean, he's going to have his coach come in and give him a hand, try to figure something out. I think you really just have to play some kind of defensive option here. Maybe try to get the 9-ball into play. Just get it up table and don't send the cue ball up with it. Just kind of bump into it, try to draw to the bottom rail, or even just roll into it. There's not really a ton of options here. I mean, he's aiming at it like he's going to shoot it at the rail. Not really sure what the plan is, but this is tricky. Again, if Robert Conrad wins this rack, and we just heard the 10-minute mark, so we're less than 10 minutes left. If Robert Conrad wins this, we're going to go into a tied game.
Oh, wow.
What a great try there. Is he going to get it? Close, but no cigar. But if he wins this rack 15-15 going into the final matchup, I mean, that's a situation where I feel like both players there might feel a little nerves and, feel that pressure. really more so for their team's sake and their teammates versus for themselves. Everybody wants to win, but I mean, if you've made it this far, you have to know that you've earned it, and it's okay to win. Sometimes you feel that pressure in the matches, Stephen, and it kind of adds to, am I supposed to be here? But I mean, if you've made it this far, you have to just trust in your abilities and in your talents and say, hey, you know what? We made it here, and we belong here, and we deserve a shot at that 100,000.
Yeah, no, you're right about that, and this is really it. This is crunch time. This is the match that is really going to decide where we end up for that final match. Jamie has an opportunity to really control the rack, and Conrad has the opportunity to get his team all square. So this is the most important situation we've been in at this point. It's just, it really comes down to it. It's crunch time. It's crunch time for both of these players, both of these teams, to try and make something happen to put them in a more advantageous position. And Jamie here has the opportunity with this 2-ball. She's just going to have to control the cue ball just a smidge here.
Yeah, I'd prefer her bank this, actually. I don't know if she knows how to manipulate the cue ball to avoid that scratch. She played that really well, actually. And look where that 9-ball ended up.
I can pretty much tell you, I think I saw it roll away, so I don't think it's touching, which, if it was, would be pretty rough for Robert. But it's not touching, so he can shoot at the ball. You still have to be careful of the double hit. Better to go at an angle. And I just can't tell if it goes in the corner.
Here's a tight one.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he actually called the foul before the pocket. That was a double hit there. And we knew that was always going to be a possibility.
Well, and here it is. Jamie Hess, the big opportunity to get her team back into that winning position. They currently have a 7-point lead. She needs to hold Robert Conrad off of this win, off of this game. This 2-5-8. Probably the biggest balls that Jamie Hess has ever shot at. The most important.
And she has a little pep in her step right now.
I think she's feeling good, Mike.
Yeah, she sees the opportunity and she wants to seize the moment right now.
30, Jason Griffin, table 30.
You can see there her team watching on. All eyes are on you, Jamie Hess.
Jamie Hess, she pockets this 8-ball right now. That corner of the room is going to erupt with applause. You know that all of those Missouri players are rooting her on, sending her those good vibes and that energy to really just help direct that 8-ball into the pocket. Let's see if she can deliver here. And she's made it.
There it is. What a huge rack for Jamie Hess, for her team to keep control of the match. Now, let's talk about the possibilities just from right here on a 1-rack situation. They're currently tied 1-1. If it ends like this, both teams get 1 point. Action Central holds the key. Obviously, if Action Central were to win, if Jamie were to win one more rack, she's going to be in heavy control because she'll gain 2 for the racks and 5. That's 7 more. She'll put her team at 22 to Robert's added 1. That's going to be 9 to 22. That's going to put them in a very, very tight spot.
All right. So, Stephen, I would bet a house that we stay at 1-1. Based on the timing of the racks before this, I don't think it's possible that we complete another game in under 6 minutes. I think we might be looking at a 16-9 going into that final match.
When we talk about that, that's logical. We watched Robert Conrad out here for the singles, and he did a lot of clock control, right? But this is where you have to know both sides of the game. because now he's in a situation where he can't control the clock anymore. It is detrimental to his team that he goes out there and tries to win this rack. So that, you know, people say, oh, it's just about controlling the clock. No, it's not. Because when you get into a situation like this where your team needs the points, you have to know how to play pool.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't duck and hide forever.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. I don't believe that these players are going to be able to complete the rack that amount of time. But I mean, here you see Jamie Hess making 19 balls out of 15 on the breaks. So maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about here, Stephen. But
well, I don't disagree that we're probably not getting past 1-1. But in order for 8 runners southbound to really have, you know, their best opportunity, Robert Conrad needs to try and win this game.
Tell you what, Jamie Hess, she looks super determined right now, almost like there's like a newfound life. Maybe that one rack, you know, going her way really gave her that extra confidence that she needed to kind of perform better. So, well, she's only got 4 balls to shoot in. One is the 8 ball.
She knew how important that last rack was. She knew what was on the line when she was shooting that 2.58. She did.
Yeah, I mean, she made 3 stripes on the break.
It's
I mean, that's a big deal.
The only thing I'm a little worried about here is she's pocketing balls really well. This 9 ball into the side can be tight.
Well, I don't think she's going to be shooting the 9 ball. I think she's going to try to make the 15. If she makes it, there's a chance she has a bank shot on the 9 to the bottom corner. I don't think there's a way for her to get over there. I mean, this is tricky, but I'll be honest, I don't like calling a timeout here, and I'll tell you why. I don't think she can necessarily lose the game on this situation. Maybe it helps her get there, and, you know, they want to try to make the situation better, but I really like waiting to use that crucial timeout to a life or death situation. You know what I mean? And it looks like Jamie's gotten her instruction.
Yeah, you know, it's a tough situation because if you let Robert Conrad to the table, he has a chance to steal the match.
Yeah, I mean, he just instructed her to miss and play that shot like that. I mean, how about let her shoot the ball in and maybe make a bank shot and maybe have a chance to win the rack, and if she gets out of line, you can help her along. But that just delayed the rack here a bit, clustered up her balls. You know, I don't agree with that coaching session there.
And now Robert Conrad has an opportunity at the table. Not necessarily that he's going to run these balls,
but hey, he could.
Issues, but he could.
He could.
And it could be detrimental to the match.
Yeah. I think you absolutely needed to let her continue to do what she was doing. Let Jamie Hess continue her run. I mean, she broke and made 3 balls. She shot the first 2 in, and then, you know, call timeout and say, don't make the next one. You know, I don't agree with that one. I would have liked to see Jamie continue that run. Now her opponent's at the table shooting, and he's got an angle to possibly break into that 2-3. You know, maybe actually run these balls out. Again, you're talking about a singles champion, and he won that just earlier. I mean, Robert Conrad definitely been performing pretty well here. And missed the 8 ball in the previous rack. Sorry, he missed the ball before the 8 ball in the previous rack. I mean, he was right there. He was literally right there. And, I mean, he is still all business.
If there's any way he can see this 2 ball here, he's got a great opportunity, but it is very thin. If he can see it, I'm not sure he can.
I don't know if he's going to look at that. I think he's going to leave those tied up. And although that's ill-advised, you know, leave your problems for the end, he's going to try to just shoot the open balls. And he's forced Jamie Hess to now shoot into these.
The only thing that's really working against him right now is there's 2 minutes on the clock. So his time to get that much-needed point for his team is running out.
Yeah, it really is. And Jamie also running out of time. I mean, you kind of just have to go for it here.
I think if I'm Jamie Hess's team, I think that holding on to this tie is you know, a pretty good strategy. got to be careful about letting Robert to the table, because if you let him to the table, he's got an opportunity to get that point.
Yeah. I mean, more and more, it's looking like it's going to be 16-9. I mean, he just played a really nice opening shot there. Still a minute and change, but he's got to get a move on.
I don't know,
He's got to start moving around a little bit here, Stephen.
3-ball, 6-4 combo, speed it up just a little bit.
Yeah, he's got to start moving. You got to make something happen. But yeah, I mean, perhaps that's their strategy here. I mean, I want to win. I want to get more points for my team here.
And you got a chance to tie it up or be within 1 point.
Yeah, 15-14 sounds a lot better than 16-9.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to win here. I'm trying to shoot the balls.
There's the pep in the step. He knows where he's at now.
Right now, we got to make it happen. Let's go, Robert Conrad. And it's going to be really, really close, Stephen.
This could be Joe Prince, Jovan Bustamante close. It's this shot. He's going to let the time run a little down, and he's going to shoot the 8-ball at the last possible second to try and get his team to win.
Yeah, but you got to get down on the shot so you have some comfort. You don't want to be counting down.
Oh, no. But see, that's okay. That's okay, because she can't run out with 5 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to end in a tie, but I mean, I think that Conrad should have been more worried about being down on that 8-ball, trying to shoot that shot, versus watching the clock tick down to miss it. You know, he had to rush with only 4 or 5 seconds there.
I totally agree. I think maybe the strategy there was you just didn't want to let Jamie Hess back to the table with enough time to run. Regardless, the match ends in a tie, and our score is going to stay very close to the same. And wow, this has been incredible so far. We're going to our 5th and final match, and we will figure out who will play that match in just a moment.
Oh, welcome back. Johnny and I are still here engrossed in this match, and it is going to go down to the wire. It's going down to the final match. That was a huge moment there for Robert, for an opportunity to steal away the victory. Had he made that 8-ball on the buzzer, it would be a 1-rack deficit. It would be a 1-point game.
Wow.
This is it. Takes the draw, 1 point each. we remain at 7, but it's still all to play for.
Sure. Like you were just telling me, if Southbound wins this one by two frames, 2 racks here, we go to a 6-ball shootout. Now that will be unbelievable for the 100,000.
Yeah, that will be the 6-ball shootout of all 6-ball shootouts. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. The situation as it stands is a 7-point deficit. If Action Central get a draw, get a victory, they win. If they lose by 1 rack, they get the win. If they lose by 2 racks, it's a 6-ball shootout. Anything else, if 8 runners Southbound get the victory by 3 or more in this one, they will walk away with the title and all the money. It couldn't be tighter. Johnny, if we finish with a 6-ball shootout, I mean, could you imagine, you being involved in one, could you imagine doing that for 100,000 for your team?
Not really. I really wouldn't. I know one thing. I'm supposed to go play my match over there. I'd have to tell them to hold on.
Yeah,
I'm coming over here to watch that.
Absolutely.
Because it'll be kind of fun to watch.
It really will. This next half an hour or so is going to be absolutely tense. It's going to be tight, and it is going to go all the way down to the wire. It's not to be missed. Stay with us as we get this final match on, and we conclude the 8-ball championship, and we crown our champion. Let's send it back to the commentary box.
All right, guys, welcome back for the final time tonight. This is it. This is what it's all come down to. This is the match that will decide the very first inaugural Grand Finals 8-ball winner and who will become $100,000 richer by the end of this match. Now, my name is Stephen Wyatt, and with me is Mr. Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash. Mike, let's talk this out real quick.
All right, so, Stephen, you know the format better than I do. It's 16-9 right now, and these 2 players right now are going to battle it out for that ultimate pool prize of $100,000. Okay, so let's play this out. What's the scenario here? What do these players need to do? Charles Duval starting at -1 and Tony Kemp starting at 0. So what's the situation? How does this play out?
Well, look, it's very simple. If Tony Kemp has a 3-game lead by the time this is over, that's 3 points for the games and 5 for the win. That's going to be a winning match for Southbound, right? However, if he has a 2-game lead, it will go to a 6-ball shootout. Any win by Action Central will get them the guaranteed $100,000. So yeah, I mean, let's break it down. Let's make it simple. Tony Kemp, you win this match by 3 games, you just won your team $100,000.
So let's hypothetically say Tony Kemp wins, 2 games.
Yep.
And Charles Duval wins 1, so he's up by 2. What's that situation leave us like?
Charles Duval's final score is 1. Tony Kemp's is 2.
No, if it's 0, if Tony Kemp just wins 2 games and Charles Duval wins 1, so it's 2-0 final score.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough overall. I'm sorry. No, it will be enough overall to secure the tie.
So that would be a tie.
It'll be a 6-ball shootout.
Wow.
And so here's how the 6-ball shootout, you can't just pick your 2 best players. There are requirements. It has to be a maximum of 1,200 up score. So a 601 and a 599.
So 2 players per team?
Doubles.
Wow.
Doubles, 6-ball shootout, yeah.
That changes things a lot.
It does.
Wow.
So you could have a 601 and a 599. You could have a 700 and a 500. You just can't go over that 1,200 max. Yeah, the first 15 minutes of this match are going to be the most important. And as we see here, Charles Duval, as a 604, having to start -1.
He's wasting no time.
He is going to want to get this match rolling, and he wants to get it rolling with a rack win. To tie it up 0-0 will do huge things for his team. It's going to put them on the right track.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to play the 11-ball cross side. Like to draw into the 7, and he wants to hit it really fat. Kind of send the 9-ball over off the rail. He's made it. Where's the cue ball? Looks good. Looks really good. Charles Duval, 9-ball to the side, and wants to leave himself for the 12 in the bottom left.
And for Charlie here, you see it on the left of his beautiful jam-up jersey there. Those Action Central jam-up jerseys. He's got Superman on the side there. Well, he can hold that name, Superman.
And he's missed the 9.
Oh.
I really thought he was going to deliver there, Stephen.
I did too. I'm not sure what happened there. And here, I mean, this is huge for Tony Kemp. This is huge for 8 runners southbound.
I'm anxious to see how Tony Kemp kind of navigates the table. We're going to see that nice bank shot here. Warp speed right into the pocket. And this 9-ball just barely missing that one into the point. Kind of steered that 9-ball away from the pocket. He had a little bit of left spin, and with that slow speed, it threw the 9-ball into the point. So, wants to bring this one above the 1-ball. So he wants to go between the 8 and the 6. See if he can make that happen.
Well, Tony Kemp is coming out here with a game plan, and that game plan is to get a couple racks so he can guarantee that win.
And what, Tony Kemp looks good so far. A little tight on position. Just barely making it past the 8-ball there. But these balls are available. He's not thrilled about that one. He wanted to come a little bit further towards the center. He doesn't want his cue ball to track down table after he shoots the 1. He might elect to go to the 6-ball first. A player preference. He could also draw this. And I think he's okay here. Ideally, he would like to be a little higher on the 6 to roll down for the 8. But I think he can just kind of leave it right there and accept that cut into the side.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to just keep the game very simple. Not try to overcomplicate things. And Tony Kemp looking like he's going to steal rack number 1.
A big steal.
That is a big steal.
This is stealing 3rd in the 7th game of the World Series. I mean, this is a big steal.
Well, keep this in mind, Stephen. You know, these players are a lot faster and a higher up score than our previous match. So they're working a little bit more than double time, as far as time per rack is considered. So, Mr. Duval there, he can actually win multiple games with this 24 minutes and change remaining. So not out of the woods just yet, but Tony Kemp takes rack 1.
The other big thing is these guys have been playing League for 14 weeks a pop for 3 sessions. They know what they're doing. They know what the scores are, and they know, I guarantee you, everybody on both teams knows exactly what has to happen for a win, a tie, and a loss.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. These players are very well versed in the scenario and, what they need to do to get it to happen. But right now it's Tony Kemp breaking. And this is rack number 2. It's negative 1 to 1.
That's where we stand. Tony Kemp knows that he needs to get 3 games ahead. And Charles Duval knows that he needs to do everything he possibly can to keep that from happening.
Well, successful break for Tony Kemp. Now, remind me again where these players are from.
So Tony Kemp is from, he's on 8 runners southbound, and he's going to be from Springfield, Missouri.
Missouri.
Yep, and Action Central is going to be out of St. Louis, so Missouri.
So wait, it's an all-Missouri final?
It is an all-Missouri final.
Wow.
Yep, and I was just listening, we listened to the interview. It's so cool to have, a legend like Justin Bergman, obviously St. Louis being his home. He's a Missouri guy. He's out there watching this unfold live. And, if that doesn't put a little pressure on you as a player to have one of the best in the world watching you, how strong is that?
Oh, that's super strong, Stephen. It really is. Let's see what Tony does with this 10-ball.
Yeah, I imagine there he is right there. It's the man. It's Justin Bergman.
Iceberg.
But
super cool character, Justin.
Yeah, he is. He's a lot of fun. And, he's really opened up after his Ultimate Pool USA journey began. He's really become a pivotal part of this family. And I love running into Justin. We talk baseball cards. Of course, for anybody who's been to an event, you might have seen the pack opening party that Scott Ryan and Justin Bergman do. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. And I'd be willing to bet that all of Missouri, but St. Louis and Springfield are probably all on their feet right now. If they can't be here, I mean, it's got to be lit up in the Missouri area right now.
Oh, most definitely. And it's kind of ironic that it's going to go to Missouri regardless of the winners here.
Yeah.
And Missouri's going to get a $100,000 team winner. And I can't believe it. The road that's, taken place to get here, and we're down to just the final matchup here.
It's kind of weird. I've thought about what this was going to feel like in the moment. I knew I'd be sitting here, and I knew I'd have this headset on, and I've thought about what it would be like to be in this situation. And now that we're here, I mean, literally, it's just getting tense. I feel like the air is very thick. I'm not even involved in the match. I don't have a horse. I wish both of them could win. I don't have a preference.
Yeah, well, Charles Duval has a preference, and he'd prefer to run this rack out right now. And, I mean, he's got a ton of options here, but really has to figure out something with that one ball. So he's going to play safe. I think he wants to leave that 3 ball there. And he likes where it's situated, so forcing the 15 contact. And the natural line sends it towards the 8 ball, maybe not directly into that 5-8, but that could be a factor here if that 8 ball accidentally gets knocked in.
This is a good strategy here by Charles Duval, because he knows currently, if the match ended right now, he knows that they are winning. So it's not a bad idea to play safe. Try and just wear and tear on Tony Kemp right now, because Tony knows that if he doesn't win games, they can't win.
Yeah, so, I mean, if I'm Charles Duval, I'm probably playing it kind of halfway between both of those strategies there. If I see an opportunity to win the game, I'm going to win.
Yeah.
But I might, take my time getting there. But I'm definitely going to be trying to win games.
Yeah, well, and you'll see the higher up scores. That's what they're going to do. They're gonna wager whether or not, okay, I can run this out. I have no problem balls. All right, let's run it out. Oh wait, well, there's 2 problem balls, and I'm going to have a hard time getting to them.
Burn the clock.
Let's play safe a little bit and try and wear and tear on my opponent.
Yeah. Well, right now, Charles Duval, 3 ball to the side, finds the mark, and not sure exactly how he'd like to approach this, but looks like he has a plan, Stephen. He's going to play the 2 to the side, it looks.
Yeah, this is a big ball.
I mean, every shot here just absolutely massive. Oh, he's going to play the 2 to the side, try to draw behind that 6. Little left-hand spin, a right-hand spin, I'm sorry. But he's going to leave the 15 wide open for Tony Kemp, but no angle to get on that 8 ball. I mean, maybe just a hair of angle towards that right long rail, but I mean, the 8 ball is really, really tough. Not really much to do with that. I actually don't even like trying to pocket this 15 here. I almost like trying to bank it onto the opposite corner where the 8 ball is. He made it, and he's going to fire it in, but really not sure what you can do with this 8 ball. I almost want to say, I'm not sure if he'd be comfortable with it, but you try to maybe even kick into it and try to square it up. Just kind of glue onto the left side of that black ball.
I'm just wondering if you could maybe try and kick it, let it come off the 5, and maybe drift it down here to this left corner pocket. I mean, it's a tough shot. It's not anything that's guaranteed, but it's worth a shot in the situation if you feel like nothing bad can come out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily mind that, but Tony Kemp needs to win games.
Yeah.
He needs to win games.
And he's got 18 minutes and 36 seconds to do it.
And Charles Duval knows exactly what his opponent needs, and he's going to take a look around. Yeah, that 5.8, that's really tough to work through, especially because it's wired. You can't really just blast into it and hope that it's going to be okay. You could make the 8-ball by accident.
And now I actually like this even more. I feel like you can cut the left side of the 8-ball, let it bank off the rail, and I think it's going to move it towards a good position.
No, not sure what he's thinking here, but oh no. Let me ask you a question. He scratches on the 8-ball.
It's not a loss.
It's not a loss, just ball in hand.
Yep, just ball in hand.
Loss of turn.
The only time you're gonna lose is if you make the 8-ball and scratch.
Got it. And it looks like Mr. Duval has all of the balls open at this point, so he's going to try to do his thing now. Get a 604 up score. That's a really strong player. He knows how to run the balls out.
And if I'm not mistaken, Charles Duval played in the league area showdown earlier this week. I remember seeing him playing in the area where they were doing that, and I remember seeing the Superman.
Yeah, his team was in the semifinals of the 10-ball. So I remember him from that as well.
St. Louis has been all over this inaugural Ultimate Pool Grand Finals.
Yeah, St. Louis definitely representing and letting everyone know how they feel about this.
As well as several others. Several others have, great matches, great runs in the singles, great runs. And there's still players here that are playing in the National Open, the Women's Open. We still have work to do tomorrow, Mike. There's a lot to look forward to tomorrow, but right now, all eyes on this $100,000 match.
And Charles Duval looks like he's about to get himself to 0 in Action Central, edging closer to that 100K. As they do sit in the lead, Tony Kemp needs to put up games, and we're just coming up on the halfway point. So 16 minutes on the clock right now. Looks like he's just going to follow through here. A little draw, and he's missed the 7.
Oh, no.
He's missed the 7. He's not going to be happy with that result. Those are nerves. Those are nerves. I have to say it, Stephen. I think those are nerves. I mean, I know that he makes that shot. And can Tony Kemp clean it up? Yes, he can.
Mike, the crowd was stunned. We were stunned. Charles Duval, of all people, was stunned. That's not a shot he's going to miss.
And you look at these payouts, unbelievable numbers right here. The last 12, 5,000. Last 8, 10,000 apiece. Semifinals, 20,000, 50,000 runner-up, and of course the 100K for the first. I mean, that's a ton of cash.
I'm going to give a ton of cash. I'm going to give a little shout out to my team from Dallas, Carolina or Bust. They were in the last 12 of the 8-ball. So not only did they take second in the 10-ball and take home 5, but they took home another 5 for the last 12. They're 10K richer.
Unbelievable.
And this is insane. This is insane how much pressure is on the line. And guys, I implore you, if you can go back and screenshot those payouts. Mark my words. Screenshot it today. Post it to your Facebook. Say, I want to play in this next year. And next year, when it comes up on your memories, I just want to compare. I just want to see the differences.
At the last second there, that ball just kicked it in. And I'll tell you what, if he is able to hold off Tony Kemp, I guarantee you that they are going to be the ones. Right here, this rack, I think, makes the big difference.
Well, as it stands, if it ended right here, it would go to a 6-ball shootout.
So if Charles Duval gets to 0, it would be a shootout.
As it stands right here. Because right now he gets 0 points. They'll stay at 16. Right now, Tony Kemp, they've got 7 points. They're at 9. That ties it up 16-16. If the scoreline weren't to change, which I think it will, but if the scoreline does not change from this point, or if Charles wins this match and makes it 0-2, it's the same scenario. If that doesn't change, it will go to a 6-ball shootout to determine our first national champions and for $100,000.
No, I think Charles Duval has other plans. He wants to just run this out and redeem himself for those couple of misses there. I mean, he was in position both times in those first 2 games to win the rack. And oddly enough, he missed the shot to the same side pocket twice. That's what he missed. And I'll tell you what, I know that Charles Duval right now is really just bearing down, and he's just on the attack. He wants to win these games so badly. And look at that, a little helping hand there. I think he's got a little magic happening right now. I really do, Stephen.
I think he's letting his stroke out a little bit. I think he knows that maybe he babied that ball and was trying to be too perfect. And I think he knows that he plays better than that. And it's time to let the stroke out and play the game that you know how to play.
Is it going to track back over?
Oh, my goodness. It's not going to get there.
I'll be honest with you. Tony Kemp, 2 games. And Charles Duval, -1.
Well,
I mean, everything's there now.
Tony Kemp has the opportunity right now for the first time in this match to turn it into a winning scenario for 8 runners southbound.
Yeah, if he can hold them to -1, you're saying, with the 3-point lead?
Yeah. If he wins this game, and it doesn't even have to be -1, it can be -1 or 0, because there's no point change in that for Action Central.
Yeah, you're right. Unbelievable.
If he wins this game for the first time in 5 matches, they will have the point lead.
This is so tight right now, Stephen.
It's cold back here, Mike, but man, I'm sweating.
Well, Tony Kemp gets a little funny on this 14. He's going to have to shoot the 12. No shot left on the green stripe. And perhaps Charles Duval does get another opportunity. Tony Kemp really focused. All right, looking for the 12 on the bottom right. He's taking the steps. Can he execute and deliver this?
Watch out, cue ball.
Big shot. Doesn't get it there.
All right.
Charles Duval going to step up there. Little pep in his step. I mean, you got to shoot the 1 ball here. I don't think he's doing that.
Oh, no. Get a bump. Well, that could have been disaster. Could have been disaster.
I really liked him shooting the 1 ball there. It was available with the ball hanging in the pocket. And he ends up pretty good on this 1 ball, all things considered. And he's going to fire this 8 ball in and feel. And he's got his team closer to that 100K. All right, Charles Duval to get to 0. He's made it.
Oh, man, he used all of the pocket there, Mike.
He used all of it, but hey, it fell. And he's going to have an opportunity to continue in this matchup here.
All right. So once again, we know where we're at. We know where we're at. If the match ended right now, it would be a tie. We go to a 6-ball shootout. This next rack is so important for both teams.
Very important indeed. Tell you what, so are we saying that the winner of this rack, if this rack completes, is the winning team?
Essentially, yes. If this ended at if they were shooting a buzzer beater on the 8 ball in this rack, if Tony Kemp was shooting that buzzer beater and made it, they would win.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if the score ends with either player up 1 point more than they have now, they win it for their team, right?
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and say, with 10 minutes plus, these guys can totally get that done. One of these players is going to win it for their team. One of these players is going to win it for their team.
it also depends on how quick they get it done. If Tony Kemp runs this out in 3 minutes, Charles Duval will have a chance to return. So, I mean, the match clock is so important. This is crazy.
Unbelievable energy right now in this arena, packed with fans and other players just saying, wow, look what these boys are playing for right now.
I've been very fortunate to do a lot of cool things, and I know you have too, Mike. You've worked with a lot of cool people and a lot of cool organizations and some really cool pro pool players. But I'm telling you right now, this right here has to be the coolest thing I've ever been able to be a part of.
Yeah,
I mean, this is huge.
Yeah, the numbers are definitely there. There you see, 10-minute mark. So countdown begins. You know, every time I hear that sound, I kind of feel like the energy changes in the arena. You know, in the league format or whether it's the shootout, whatever it is. As soon as you hear that, it's like, okay, here we go.
You know what's funny? The clock and the ding is set up for, you know, the change of the clock, the change of the shot clock. And any other format other than Ultimate Pool League, that would signify that it's a 15-second shot clock. But for me, what I'm realizing after watching these last 2 days, that to me, that signifies that it's go time.
Well, we got Mr. Jonathan Pinniger in the crowd there, sweating the action. We got Hennessy out here. I mean, how do you feel playing for $100,000 with your league team, and you got world-class pros sitting in the stands sweating your game?
And look, I'll tell you, you know how the arena is shaped up. Over here on this right side, there's a little inlet where you can go to the restrooms. You know who I caught there a little while ago when I was on break? None other than Shane Van Boening.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are all interested in seeing what's happening here.
He was trying to get a little touch to move that 13 ball and was unable to do it.
I mean,
and now this is a pickle.
I mean, I'm saying that we complete this rack. I don't think this rack is going to take more than 8 minutes. So I'm not sure about another full rack afterwards, but this rack, I think we're going to see this one complete. A little defensive action there. I'll tell you, Tony Kemp's looked really good here. You know, when it's time to do the job, he does get it done. However, Charles Duval, I feel like, was in control of those 2 games that Tony Kemp won and really just missed that shot right at that crucial point.
This is such a weird spot to be in when we're in a time-sensitive situation. It's a weird spot to be in because neither player wants to break out the issue for the other.
Yeah, this is really, really tight. So Charles Duval considering playing the 14 green stripe to that side pocket, but he doesn't know if he has enough of that orange stripe, the 13 ball for the side. But I mean, he's going to play it. You know, he's definitely an attacking player, or at least he has been. Literally on the edge of their seats. Let's see what he comes with here. Charles Duval, the 14 ball. Goes all the way up to the corner.
Wow.
What a shot. What a shot from Charles Duval. Great shot there. Now this one's going to be tricky. He has an angle. Does have an angle, but what a shot.
That was the shot of the match. That could be the reason that Action Central goes home $100,000 richer.
Imagine making a shot like that for $100,000.
Got to be careful here. This is tough.
I mean, here's a situation. So it doesn't look like the kick is even available. I mean, it really doesn't. I mean, there's a chance you can make it by the 4. Really have to see the overhead to see if that's even available, but
I just saw him put his finger on the rail. He's trying to go rail first, so he's trying to go essentially 2 rails. And that's going to be a foul. And now Tony Kemp with the opportunity of a lifetime. He's got ball in hand. Ball's on the table. Nothing is touching. Nothing is screaming that it's an issue. And if he wins this rack, it will be very, very difficult for Charles Duval to get his team back on the winning side of this thing.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, both of these players have had a great match here. And I'll tell you what, it's just fate. One of these 2 players is going to win it for their team.
We couldn't have had a more intense matchup for our first national championship, our first grand finals. It's the largest first place prize payout in amateur pool. And it could come down to just this rack.
Unbelievable. Tony Kemp looking so strong. 4 minutes and change remaining. If I'm Tony, I'm gonna take my time here. If I'm Tony, I'm taking absolute time here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, and he's kind of ended up funny here. It's a very makeable shot in the corner, but it's just not as easy as I would want it.
I think he's just going to roll it in the side and stay right there. I don't think he's going to go up to the corner. Just float it in. Just like that. Perfect speed.
He does have an extension. Now we're getting to the point where there's a little strategy here. You make these 2 balls. There's 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Break and runs are feasible at this skill level. You know, it's really getting tight, Mike. It's really getting tight.
Forward 2 rails. 3 if you count the one right next to that 6. 1, 2, 3. He's looking good here. Got to manage the cue ball a little, though. You can't just roll this in. It could scratch. So you got to play just a little low cue ball.
I like playing it with a little stun just to keep my cue ball straight.
This is drag it out.
This is a big 8 ball. There it is. Cue ball is good. And 8 runners southbound know where they're at right now. They know they are in a winning situation once again. And Charles Duval has all the pressure on him. He needs to get to the table. He needs to get a win before that match clock runs out.
I mean, Charles Duval feeling the pressure a bit. A couple of missed pots that I'm sure were normally made. But nonetheless, he's going to have an opportunity. 3 minutes, 18 seconds. This is really tight. Really tight, Stephen.
All right, once again, let's talk a little scenario. The match ends just like this. 3-0. 8 runners southbound become our first champions. Charles Duval breaks and runs. It's a tied ball game, and we'll go to a 6-ball shootout to determine our winners.
Unbelievable.
I don't know if 2 racks can be done in this time with alternating break for Charles Duval.
I don't think so either, but...
So we're in a situation here where it's just simply save your team from losing right now and give them an opportunity for the win, or Tony Kemp guarantees the victory for his team. A ball is down, and this is a messy rack. This is not good, and yeah, Charles is not happy about the way that rack spread. He can't be excited for this because it's so difficult. I say that. I think every ball might have a pocket if he goes solids. I think he can play the 6 off the 12. He's got to leave himself an opportunity, though.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is he's just going to get out there and shoot what he sees, and hopefully he can get the job done. 6 balls still available.
Look at the team.
He's buried in there.
They know that right now they have the advantage with the way this rack is. It doesn't have to stay that way, though. Big shot.
He's working through it here.
2 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. The 3 ball's in trouble.
Yeah, 6 ball off the 12. 6 ball off the 12. And just got to be careful, though. You can't bump that 11. Could send the 8 ball to the corner.
Well, he's looking like he wants to draw back to try and bank the 3 ball. That's the only available shot that ball has.
Well, no, he can get behind it and play it.
To the side pocket?
Yeah, it looks like he can get behind it and play it to the side.
Did he hurt himself here, though? Does this 4 ball go?
Look at the intensity on the faces of this crowd. And that Missouri. I mean, Missouri's going to get this trophy regardless.
The 4 ball goes. Watch out on the 8 ball. Don't want to draw it. Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right, Tony Kemp to the table, a minute and change. Not even a minute and a half, just a minute and change from declaring our 100K winners here at the Grand Finals. Charles Duval and Tony Kemp, final 2 Warriors. Both coming from Missouri.
He's called his extension. He's got some extra time. Tony Kemp needs to make a ball. He cannot afford to let Charles Duval back to the table.
I guarantee he's making this 10 ball. He feels good. He's been playing really solid. He's looking at that clock. He's made the shot. 30 plus seconds. That looks like we've got it. We've got our winners. They can feel it. Adrenaline pumping. Tony Kemp. 25 seconds. He's played a defensive shot. They know it. They know it.
Mike DeMarco, this is it. This is it. Tony Kemp has secured the victory for 8 runners southbound. They are going to be the inaugural Grand Finals champions. And there it is. It's over, guys. They've done it. They got the win.
Wow, unbelievable. We have our first ever champions here with Ultimate Pool USA in the Ultimate Pool League, and it is 8 runners southbound from Missouri, from Springfield, and they had to do it the hard way. They had to come from behind. They lost the opening 2 games. They turned it round. They won the final 3 matches, and Tony Kemp holding his nerve at the end there, and he manages to get themselves in front. With 10 minutes to go, it felt like whoever won that rack was going to take control. Tony gets the victory, and they're going to walk away as the champions.
Yes, well, you and I were on the edge of our seats was over watching, and you said whoever gets this rack here is going to be the one, and that's what exactly happened. I'm proud of everybody, man. I tell you what, you could see all the smiles and everything. You know, it means a lot.
It means a huge amount, and for the longest time, it felt like we could be running into a 6-ball shootout. If Charles runs out there, and it was a tough run out, he missed the trick of getting the 3 out early. But if he runs out there, then all of a sudden we're all locked up, and it's going to be a 6-ball shootout. He misses his run out, and Tony did what he needed to do, run it out.
Right.
But it's amazing that they were 13-0 down after 2 matches, and they were able to turn it around. And it just shows you what you can do in this league. You've lost the first 2, okay, win the next 3, you can still got a chance.
Yeah, you know, you see the whole team had to stay together, keep Tony there, patient, and where he really played well. He was the underdog going into the match, but definitely not the underdog when it was over.
No, amazing as well. We sat there for the whole match together, Johnny, and it was kind of like every single shot we were like, this means what, or what does this mean? And especially in that last one, we were like, what does this mean? And the minus number being on there was quite huge, in terms of where people stood. And every single ball in that final match was being sweated out, and it was just absolutely incredible.
That's what it should come down to. This is real pool, real money here, and it's just, I mean, the amateurs get a chance to play up here and play under some extreme pressure like we've always done, and so man, this is great to see.
I have to say, those two guys probably weren't playing under more pressure than they were playing out there. Charles, obviously, he's a fabulous player, but you could tell he was really feeling it. Sure. I have to say, all credit to Tony Kemp there. The way he held himself together, he looked very, very composed. Whether he was inside or not, he certainly showed us that he was composed on the table.
Well, he had to win by two racks. You told me earlier. You said if he don't win by two racks,
by three,
or
two
three.
I'm sorry.
6 ball, that's right. 2 would have won the 6. So he had to win by 3 racks, and you told me, and I'm like, man, that's going to be hard to do in a 30-minute time frame. Yeah. And but anyway, man, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
What's amazing is that as you get the work done early, you keep yourself in it, and then all of a sudden you can see that, because if the beginning is you've got to win by 3 against a higher speed player, it's going to be tough. But actually, he kept himself tight, and then just got himself into the position where it is essentially 10 minutes to go. If I win that rack, which you can do against anyone, if you win that rack, then you are going to walk away as the champions. You're doing it all for your team.
That's right. And he put himself in position, and that's all he can ask for, being behind like he was, put himself in position, and he took care of business.
He certainly did take care of business, and now it's about time we crowned our champions. Let's send it down to Stephen Jameson in the arena.
All right then, it all comes down to this, our presentation for our national finals for 2025. Before we welcome our teams and our presentation party into the arena, I'd like to offer everyone inside the arena to offer a round of applause to our teams. What a fabulous final it was. 2 well-deserving finalists who gave it their all and played with so much heart. First up, I want to welcome our presentation party. Firstly, for the League Operator Manager of Ultimate Pool USA, Jamie Clark, the Events and Tournament Director, Jeremy Hundley, Sales Director, Nate Kane, President, Jordan Chavouche, and CEO, Scott Ryan. It's time to hear from our beaten finalists. They were absolutely amazing all week. What a performance they gave. Every single member of their squad gave it everything. Let's have a final word from Action Central. Charles, if you'd like to come up. Oh, dude, obviously it's going to be a sore one to be on the wrong side of. What are your immediate emotions after the end of that match?
Just proud as hell of our team, and sorry I let them down on the last one. We did better than we could have dreamed. It's been an awesome week.
It really has been an awesome week. I'd like to echo the words of your teammates by saying, no, you absolutely did not, sir. An awesome week. You guys have showed such spirit to be here. You went deep in the 10 ball, you're deep in, obviously, in the 8 ball as well. A team full of great players, but a team full of great people as well. It looks like you guys have a great team spirit.
Oh yeah, we're good friends, all of us. We had a blast. We had a cabin together all weekend, every week.
That's what we like to hear. Our first ever Ultimate Pool Nationals for the leagues. How much have you guys enjoyed this year, and how ready are you to come back and maybe go one step further in 2026?
Well, unfortunately, one of us is moving to Lake of the Ozarks, so we're going to do what we can, I suppose.
Well, we've loved watching you. Congratulations once again on a fabulous tournament. We're going to invite you and your teammates up to collect your runners-up trophies from our presentation party. Congratulations, Charles, and all of your teammates. Come up and get your trophies, guys. From Action Central, we have Dave Christiana, Charles Duval, Mike Schluter, LT Blackwood, Jay Sheets, Jamie Hess, and Rome Daniel.
Drop them out in the arena that way. Everyone knows. These are more symmetrical.
Congratulations, Action Central. And one more time, let's give it up for them. They were absolutely brilliant. But ultimately, this tournament did come down to just one team. And that team is 8 Runners Southbound, your national champions. Ronnie, if you'd like to come up. Oh, congratulations. My first question's a really obvious one, but how good does this feel?
It is amazing. It's a dream come true. I'm so proud of myself and my teammates.
I've got to get a word for your anchorman on the final leg there. I mean, what a performance. You guys knew what you had to do. You knew you had to come from behind, and what a showing he put out when everything was on the line.
Yep. I had to put myself up on that third match. I knew it was do or die, and I took a gamble, and I shot really good, and I'm thankful for it. Had a lot of confidence going into it, and that was a key for me.
And I got to ask as well, how about Tony Kemp on the final game? Because everything to play for, do or die. You guys, I'm sure, didn't want that 6-ball shootout, despite everyone in the arena, I'm sure, did. But how pleased to get over the line and how impressed by his performance?
He's amazing. I'm lucky to have him on my team. I'm grateful. Had a lot of confidence in him. He's been shooting great. So it was either going to be me or him last. I gave him the choice. He told me to go up there and get it done. So he was my anchor. So
he certainly was. Congratulations, Ronnie, on a wonderful performance. We're going to get you your trophies in just a second. Scott, just before we present our trophies and indeed the $100,000 check, I just wanted to get a word with you. Scott Ryan, our CEO, everybody. This has been some journey to end up in this arena with two teams battling out for $100,000. I don't think I've seen a man happier to write a $100,000 check, by the way. What does this all mean for you and for Ultimate Pool USA?
Well, firstly, I don't want to just write a $100,000 check. I want to write $1 million check. And as long as people keep supporting our league and keep going out there. You know, when we started this journey a couple of years ago, we knew all roads led to the grand final and paying out, you know, unbelievable prize money. Amateur pool players are the heart and soul of American pool, and Webby, I'm going to say something controversial. You guys haven't been treated as you should be, and that's why Ultimate Pool USA is here to give back to the players. You know, we want to give the best events, we want to give the best conditions for the players, and we actually want to repay you with prize money. You know, the American pool scene is unbelievable, and there are so many incredible people who I've met on this journey. You know, I've visited hundreds of bars. I'm not going to say that I didn't enjoy visiting the bars. There's accents that these guys will attest to when I visited their areas. But I also kind of, if you're going to just indulge me for one moment. Wait, I'm the CEO. You've got to indulge me, right? So from my perspective, I just want to start by saying that great events and great leagues don't happen without a great team. So I want to name check Jeremy Huntley for creating an unbelievable league format. It's unbelievable. Jordan Chavush, who is literally the yin to my yang. I don't think I've ever seen the guy smile. Well, he's smiling now. I've never seen that before. Nate Kane, great guy. Jamie Clark, who's been an absolute rock star for us, and you know, I've got to thank him. He's going to be shocked, but Simon Webb, who is an integral part to everything we do. And from I'm sorry for the viewers at home, but I'm going to take my 5 minutes. But I also want to talk about our incredible referee team, our incredible setup crew, our incredible production team. Our main man, Charlie, who's, you know, to meet him on this journey, we've met so many unbelievable people on the journey. Stephen Wyatt with us right from the start, you know, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and it sounds really lame, and I'm trying not to get emotional, I thank each and every one of you for supporting us, backing us, watching our streams. It's not an Oscars acceptance speech, although I'm trying not to make it sounds like one, right?
We'll play the music in a second.
Okay, thank you. But I just want to say to everybody who supported us in any way, whether you bought a jersey, whether you've tried the league, didn't like it, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, America, thank you for embracing this format. Thank you for embracing us. And all roads lead to 2026, and 2026 promises to be bigger and better You know, we're coming for every amateur pool player in America. Get out there, try, test the format, and we'll take the Pepsi Challenge on any other league out there. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and good night.
Thank you so much, Scott. Let's get our winning team some trophies and that all-important check. Going to bring up 8 runners southbound to collect their winners' trophies. Come up, guys, and take your positions at the top of the table. Keep that applause going, guys, for your national champions. 8 runners southbound. Take your positions at the top of the table, guys. There's quite a unique trophy coming out in a second. And Ronnie, I'm going to suggest that you put that trophy down because you've got another big thing coming your way. Presenting the check for $100,000 to our winning Ultimate Pool League champions. Please welcome Scott Ryan to present the cash to 8 runners southbound. Lift that trophy high. Runners southbound are your national champions.
Wow, incredible scenes out in the arena, quite emotional scenes as well. Everybody that's been on this journey to this moment, it's been a huge team effort, but it is well deserved to see that a huge amount of money, those trophies handed out to our winning team, 8 runners southbound. Just incredible, Johnny. I'm very emotional watching that because I've been through this journey right from day one. Just incredible to see.
You know, I've only been with you guys a few months now, a few events, and you know, it kind of warms your heart when you see something like that, and you see the emotion with everyone, all the way up to Scott, all the way down to the players. You see all the emotion, and it just it makes for good events, good TV, good exposure, and just great fun.
It really is. The format's brilliant. The way that the teams and the leagues have embraced it, the way we've grown, it's been incredible to see. And obviously, it's a great final as well. You know, we had a lot of great teams here, but you know, a huge amount of credit to the team on the screen there. You know, they're going to be the first ever champions of the 8 ball. They've won $100,000, and that shares up pretty well between 7 people, I have to say.
Absolutely. Hey, I'd love to be on the team myself.
Yeah, they've got a spot. You're allowed up to 8 for the rest.
Hey, you know what? Let me see where I see. Maybe I'll move to Missouri.
Yeah, no, just absolutely incredible. I hope all 7 of them and everybody in their leagues, because they've got plenty of people that play in the leagues. I hope everybody in that area embraces the fact that, you know, it's real. You know, the money is there. You know, the championship is there. The prestige is there. You know, anybody that plays in this league can win it. You saw that with those teams there. That isn't we had 14 players in that final. Right. We're not talking about world beaters. We're not talking about professionals. We're talking about real, honest, hard-working Americans playing pool, playing the game they love, week in, week out, and they can walk away with something like that. It's just incredible.
You know, this is a real league, and I mean, I don't see any other leagues rivaling this. You know, they're giving away real money. They're putting them on to have the greatest exposure in a great arena. What a venue this is here at Cherokee. You can't kind of get much better. All the pros, we've all talked about it ourselves. We're all talking behind the scenes. I know a lot of them said, "Man, I can't wait to go to more events next year." Yeah. You know, so when you get the pros to say that, you know, it's got to be awesome.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the events that we put on, you know, yourself, you came along and then you wanted to come back. Everybody that's come along to one of our events just wants to come back, but it's the league which is the heart and soul of what Ultimate Pool USA is, and everybody that loves playing pool on a week in, week out basis, everyone that loves going to the pool, they've embraced the format. The format has so many different dynamics and so many different tactics and strategy that you have to play. You know, the teams have to really work hard to get themselves in position, but it's a league that is for absolutely everybody. You know, a high-speed player can play a low-speed player and have a great game.
Listen, I've sat here in all the events, and of course this was the biggest one. I've seen more people here, and you see all the way down to, I seen one little kid that's rooting his dad's team on. He was probably probably, I think, couldn't have been over 4 or 5 years old. So he's the next future. You know, he's already grooming. He was wearing the uniform. You know, he's there, and I mean, all the way up to 80-year-olds in the event.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, how can you beat that?
It's just incredible. Absolutely. I mean, it is for absolutely everybody. And one thing I want to finish on, this is year one. This is the culmination of a couple of years of hard work for everybody behind the scenes. But this is the end of year one's league. You know, we're already underway with year two. Season 2 is well underway. But the goal isn't to pay out $100,000. The $1 million payout is absolutely, you know, in everybody that works in the company's mind. That is what everyone's striving for, and it is very real. Within 2, 3, 4 years, within 5 for certain, we are going to be paying out that amount of money, it was emotional seeing $100,000.
Sure.
$1 million is, I mean, I can't even imagine it.
Well, you know, it's like I said, it's just from myself, and I know from a lot of other pros, I'm speaking for them. Thanks to all you guys, you, Scott, Jordan, all the crew. You know, and you know, Scott was thanking everybody there. I'm sure he missed people. That's always behind the scenes. So if it wasn't for you guys to bring this vision here, to come to America, because y'all could have done it anywhere, but y'all chose America. So we want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, man.
Heart and soul of the pool, though.
Yes, sir.
That's one thing that's absolutely for certain. It's where the pool's heart and soul is over here in America. So absolutely right to do it. And I'm very emotional. This is a huge night here for Ultimate Pool USA. A huge night for anybody connected and for all those players tonight. And for we talked a lot about the $100,000. I just want to mention the fact that our losing team tonight, Action Zone, they're still walking away with $50,000. It's not as though they're walking away with nothing. You know, they're still walking away with a huge amount of money. For the team, $50,000 between 7 people is a huge number, and we paid deep, $250,000 across the whole payout.
Yes.
It's massive. So it's not just top heavy. It's big. It's deep. There's a lot of people tonight that will be celebrating.
Well, there's only one thing I can say. It's a lot better than a plane ticket to Vegas.
It's
that I can tell you.
Absolutely. Plenty more to come with the Ultimate Pool Leagues. This is only the beginning. If you have enjoyed watching what we are doing right here, you can get yourself involved. Wherever you are in the country, find your nearest league, give it a try, and who knows, you might well love it. It's been an absolute honour for me to be here with Johnny, be here with Dennis, who's been around as well, and all the top players, and to put on a production and to let everybody at home see what we've just delivered out there. It's been an absolute thrill for me. Thank you all for watching and embracing what we are doing. I hope we see you all in leagues very, very soon. I'm not going to say goodbye for now because we are back tomorrow. We still have action to come from the CPBA National Open, the Women's Open and Junior Open. In fact, Johnny's even got to go and play a match now because we held him back from playing tonight. That's how much we wanted Johnny on the show. So we have got plenty more action tomorrow. We're going to see you tomorrow morning at 11. We've got plenty of action tomorrow throughout the day to crown 3 more champions. Thank you for your company tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.